Mr Speaker, is investing in multi-million-pound rail infrastructure improvements across the north, including in Manchester. The £11 billion investment in the Transpennine route upgrade will electrify the 76-mile routes between Manchester and York, increasing capacity and improving reliability with faster, cleaner and more frequent trains.
Sir Desmond Sway.
I don't think how many years of life of my constituents have been given over to points failures and signals failures and the confusion that follows on the line between Waterloo down to the south coast. What can ministers do about it?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his tireless advocacy on behalf of his constituents on this important matter. We need a railway that gets people to where they need to go on time and in an efficient manner. If he would like to write to me to set out in more detail the issues regarding points failures affecting his constituents, I'd be glad to pick it up with the Rail Minister.
Shocker, Adam.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One thing that's blighting passenger rail services is safety. Constituents working at Leicester train station have raised serious concerns about security gaps, particularly the near impossibility of reaching transport police during emergencies. With nearly 80,000 offences recorded on our railways in 2023 and 24, and the RMT reporting staff being punched, threatened and spat and abused at simply for doing their job. So can I ask, will the Minister tell us what assessment she has made of whether private security contractors in railway stations have the enforcement powers they actually need to keep both passengers and workers safe?
Well, I thank the honourable member for that important question. The safety of staff and passengers on our railway is of the utmost priority to this government. We are committed to working with the British Transport Police to make that a reality. And although in some regards the statistics are very positive in terms of reducing things like thefts at railway stations, he is right to point out that there is always work to do to ensure that our staff can go about delivering the railway services we need without fear of being assaulted. I'll certainly pick up the point he raises about security staff at railways and share whatever assessment I can make with him in writing.
John Mayhew, Shadow Minister.
Mr Speaker, well, last night the Secretary of State claimed that the arrival of the Class 701s to South Western Railway was an example of what a nationalised railway could do. Now, she well knows that those trains were ordered back in 2017 by a private company, from a private company, using private finance. And her only involvement was some garish vinyl wrapping to turn up to claim the credit. All this whilst ordering Avanti West Coast and Govia Thameslink now to cut services to the public. She told us, and these are her words, that nationalisation would be more than a paint job and that passengers would come first. Why had she done the exact opposite?
Mr Speaker, the trains that the Shadow Minister references were sat in the sidings for years, underused, and have been brought into service by this government. If he wants to speak about improving the passenger experience, about making sure that promoting the interests of passengers and future passengers on the railway is at the heart of how our system operates, he should have done the right thing and voted for the Railways Bill at third reading yesterday.
John Mayhew.
The Minister refers to the vote yesterday. Well, last night, he and his Secretary of State ordered Labour ministers to vote against the protection of rail discounts for veterans and their families. The minister opposite, told us that the government, quotes, has no plans to cancel veterans' rail cards. Labour had no plans, Mr Speaker, for a family farm tax. They had no plans to raise our taxes at the last general election. In fact, the only thing they had no plan for was how to govern the country. Surely it's all the more reason to protect veterans in that legislation. Why won't she and he stand up for our brave veterans?
It's disappointing from the Shadow Minister that he fails to recognise the fact that at this very dispatch box last night I confirmed that none of the existing concessionary schemes that exist for veterans are changing. More so than that, we accepted a fantastic recommendation from a colleague on the other side of the House to actually increase the entitlements that are available for veterans and their families when attending Remembrance Sunday services. This government is putting veterans and their families at the heart of our rail network.
Oleg Glover, Liberal Democrat.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Young people in Oxford, Bicester, Winslow, Bletchley and Milton Keynes are currently sitting their exams, but they continue to not be able to use a train to get to school or for leisure, despite this phase of East West Rail having opened 18 months ago. So here's a little exam question for the Secretary of State. What timescale will she commit to for the start of regular passenger services? Andy Burnham returning to the House of Commons, a change of Prime Minister, the formal creation of Great British Railways, or the next general election?
Well, I understand, Mr Speaker, that Chiltern are leading negotiations on this important issue, but the honourable gentleman is right to be impatient about the need to get people to where they need to go in his constituency. It's something that the government is committed to trying to deliver at pace in collaboration with stakeholders, and I'll ensure that he is kept abreast of any developments as they occur.
John Mill.
Number 4, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. While we bring passenger services into public ownership, we've frozen rail fares so that passengers can travel for less this summer. The first fares freeze in 30 years, saving passengers £600 million. Alongside this, our £3 bus fare cap and free bus travel for children in August will help families make the most of the holidays. And for road users, we're also keeping costs down by continuing the freeze on fuel duty for the rest of this year.
John Mill.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Train travel to the south coast increases significantly in the summer months, but Horsham sits on a line to the south that faces severe delays and cancellations. Govia Thameslink's own forecasts show demand continuing to rise sharply, and without a resolution to the notorious Croydon bottleneck, we risk undermining economic growth and confidence in public transport. Where does Croydon sit in the government's priorities, and will the Minister commit to finally advancing these long-promised, endlessly postponed works?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question. I understand that some of these temporary changes reflect lower summer demand, which falls by around 6% overall and 15% in peak periods. Aligning services to this reduced usage enables a more cost-efficient timetable, it reduces taxpayers' subsidy and it unlocks savings, but he is also right to point to where that might be causing an impact for constituents that he represents, and so I'd be glad to pick that up with him further and see what more we can do to advance the pace of works that affect his constituency.
Dale Francis.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituents are concerned about the reduction in Thameslink services serving Slade Green and Abbey Wood during the 6 weeks of the school summer holidays. So, can the Minister outline whether it's possible to review the decision and, given them now both in public ownership, outline how South Eastern and Thameslink timetables and services can be better integrated at Slade Green to improve punctuality and journey times for my constituents?
Well, I thank the honourable member for raising this important question. There is always more to be done to unlock more benefits from a cost-efficient timetable. I do recognise the importance of good quality rail services to my honourable friends' constituents, and I'll ask the Rail Minister to write to him to set out what is possible in the particular case that he raises.
Ian Sutton.
Question number 5, please, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, this government is delivering a £1.3 billion package of transport and infrastructure improvements across Bedfordshire and Cambridgeshire, including £474 million of strategic road investment and rail upgrades around Bedford, a new 4-platform station at Wixham's, and improvements to the A421 serving the Universal United Kingdom resort. The government has also committed £2.5 billion for East West Rail over the spending review, with a new station at Stewartby to serve Universal, and just last week announced £117 million for a new eastern entrance at Bletchley. Together, these investments will improve connectivity, support economic growth and create opportunities across the region.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Secretary of State for her answer. The Universal Resort will be a major employer as well as a visitor destination, and East West Rail is clearly central to how people get there sustainably. For my constituents, that includes being able to access the railway sustainably. So can she confirm that the planning of the new stations at Tempsford and Cambourne will include the design of travel connections by bus, cycle and foot? And will she also confirm that provision for an additional new station to the east of St Neots will be reviewed? Thank you.
I am really pleased that we are accelerating the delivery of a new station at Tempsford, which will be the connection between East West Rail and the East Coast Main Line. The Chancellor brought that forward in her budget in 2024, and I do want to make sure that public transport services are properly integrated with new stations, whether that is at Tempsford or Cambourne. With regard to a potential new station at St Neots East, he will be aware that the current proposals include new stations at Tempsford and Camborne. We are preserving further opportunities across the Oxford to Cambridge growth corridor, but any future station would need to demonstrate value for money, affordability and local support.
Shadow Minister Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As we've heard, East West Rail has been used and been great fanfare that it will be the main transport connection from Cambridgeshire through to Bedfordshire, as well as in the other direction to get to the new Universal Park. But as we heard earlier, the government can't even get the bit of East West Rail that has been built to be operational. And we know that that is all down to a row with the unions. So if the government can't get the bit of East West Rail that is built operational, what hope has anyone in Cambridgeshire, Bedfordshire, or anyone wanting to go to the Universal Park got of being able to travel there by rail?
I would caution the honourable gentleman against his indignant tone, given the inheritance we received from his government on East West Rail. When we came into office, there was no operator appointed to run East West Rail. We got on with it and did it. We had to finish the work at Winslow Station. We got on with that and did it. We do need to ensure that the rail services on East West Rail are fit for the sort of usage that is now likely to happen, given that planning permission has been granted for Universal, and that includes the nature of staffing on that rail line. And as my colleague, the Minister for Aviation, said in response to a previous question, Chiltern are leading discussions on that at the moment, and we're keen to see services enter into operation as soon as possible.
Dr. Pinkerton.
6, Mr Speaker.
So state.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Earlier this year, this government published the first national road safety strategy in over a decade, setting out how we will cut road deaths and serious injuries on Britain's roads by 65% by 2035. In March, we announced the third roads investment strategy, which includes a targeted fund to improve safety at junctions on the strategic road network. And of course, we're investing £21 billion of local transport funding into regional and local authorities to be able to make improvements on the parts of the network that they are responsible for.
Dr. Pinkerton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In my constituency of Surrey Heath, the M3A322 junction between Bagshot and Lightwater remains a serious congestion bottleneck for local residents and a serious source of frustration for motorway users. It's notorious on all morning travel reports. Poor advanced signage and a confusing road layout cause frequent near misses and dangerous last-minute manoeuvres. Add into the mix a doubling of housing targets in our local area in Surrey Heath. Can I ask what steps the Secretary of State is taking to ensure that critical junctions such as this one are safe, clearly signposted and fit for future population growth?
I am aware of the honourable gentleman's concerns about the junction of the M3 and the A322, and I do understand that some improvements have already been made to the northbound part of the junction there. It is the responsibility of Surrey County Council to make improvements at that junction. I understand they have the ability to make changes to traffic lights, for example, and so I would suggest that the honourable gentleman continues the conversation with Surrey County Council and his Liberal Democrats, who now form a larger group on that council, who might be able to influence the thinking of that local authority.
Christopher Vince.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Little Parndon Primary School, Pemberley Academy and Latham Green are three primary schools in my constituency of Harlow who have raised concerns about road safety outside their school. They've asked the County Council to consider having a zebra crossing, but they are not eligible because they are too close to a junction. I wondered whether the Secretary of State or one of the ministers would meet with me to discuss these issues and whether we can change the guidance so actually these schools and their young people can be safe crossing the road outside.
I am really keen to ensure that we have safe routes to school and that we enable more children and their families to be able to walk and cycle to school more often. I'd be very happy to meet with him to discuss the particular situation in his constituency, and I would advise him to look out for the publication of the cycling and walking strategy, the third investment plan, tomorrow, which will have more information on the work we're doing to improve journeys to school for children.
Surely they'll be coming to the House first. John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question number 7.
That's on goal, wasn't it?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The new timetable improves capacity and journey times along the East Coast Main Line, delivering over 60,000 additional weekly seats. Overall connectivity at Berwick has been strengthened with more frequent regional services and better connections to Newcastle. Cross Country now provides an hourly service, and Transpennine Express has increased services between Newcastle and Edinburgh from 5 to 8 services a day in each direction, with further improvements planned.
John Long.
In a survey I conducted in the Borders about Network Rail's new timetable changes, more than 70% of residents said they were now less likely to use Berwick-upon-Tweed station as a result. The timetable changes means fewer direct services to London, with many passengers having to change trains. This is having a significant impact on elderly train users and disabled train users. So does the Minister agree with me that if his plan for Great British Railways is to be a success, the frequent and reliable services from Berwick-upon-Tweed station to London need to be reinstated?
Well, I thank the honourable member for his question, both for championing the needs of elderly residents and people with disabilities, but also everybody who uses those direct services from Berwick-upon-Tweed station to London. I know that a small number of direct services have been cut. I appreciate the fact that he's doing community outreach on this important point. May I suggest that the honourable member shares the results with LNER and Network Rail, who can use his findings to inform future planning, but I'm very happy to work with him further on this very important issue.
Steinbeck.
Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Good morning, Mr Speaker. Following the UK bus manufacturing expert panel meeting in March, my officials and I continue to engage with our counterparts across government on support for UK bus manufacturing and the transition to zero-emission fleets. This includes my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State for Business and Trade, and his team, who are responsible for UK government tariff policy.
Ewan Steinbeck.
Speaker, imported diesel buses have a 16% base rate tariff, yet electric buses have a tariff rate of 10%. As we seek to transition fully to electric after 2030, and considering the existential risk under investigation Chinese competition currently present to the 50,000 jobs that depend on UK bus manufacturing, will Ministers consider raising this matter urgently with business and trade colleagues to encourage them to see these rates harmonised at 16% at least?
I regularly raise issues affecting the bus sector with DBT and will continue to do so. I will raise the specific point my honourable friend raises with the relevant DBT Minister and will write to him following that conversation.
Joshua Reynolds.
Bus companies and local authorities are rightly being encouraged to buy electric buses. However, half of new buses in the United Kingdom are bought from China, not supporting our great British bus industry. So would he be able to elaborate slightly on whether he thinks the current rules and procurement of electric buses is suitable to encourage these bus companies to buy British?
As part of the UK bus manufacturing expert panel, we managed to strike an agreement with all Merrill combined authorities to insist on at least 10% social value within their contracts. I think that is a really important step forward, and we'll continue to work with both operators, Merrill combined authorities, to make sure that we do the best that we can to ensure that British UK manufacturers are able to compete.
Shabba.
Question number 9, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Safety is at the heart of the third road investment strategy, which includes a new national programme to deliver targeted safety improvements on higher risk roads. It also sets national highways a challenging target to reduce the number of people killed or seriously injured on our motorways and major A roads, aligning with our overall target of reducing KSIs across British roads by 65% by 2035.
The Secretary of State's new third road investment strategy only requires a 7.5% reduction in people killed or seriously injured on the strategic road network by 2031. Yet to meet the 2035 target in the road safety strategy requires about a 55% reduction across England's roads by that date. So this means national highways can get away with doing almost nothing, while local authorities are left to make up the difference. So how can the Secretary of State justify handing £27 billion to this failing body, while councils across the country are crying out for these funds to make everyday walking and cycling safer?
Motorways are already amongst the safest roads in the country. KSIs on motorways in 2024 represented 3% of the total of England, despite carrying over a fifth of all road traffic. The target reflects this. The approach is challenging but realistic, focused on what national highways can directly deliver over this road period. And it sits alongside, of course, the wider action in the road safety strategy to dramatically reduce deaths and serious injuries across all roads in Great Britain.
Amanda Martin.
Question number 10, Mr Speaker.
Minute.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Decarbonising transport is vital for our energy security and to make the network fit for the future. We are turbocharging the rollout of electric vehicles, overhauling public transport, supporting low-carbon fuel uptake in aviation and funding technology innovation for maritime through the multi-million-pound UK Shore Research Programme.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Portsmouth International Port has invested significantly in shore power infrastructure, supported by government funding to enable ships to connect to the grid electricity whilst berthed rather than run diesel engines. However, the high cost of electricity is threatening to render the entire investment worthless. What steps is the Secretary of State taking to ensure that shore power infrastructure at UK ports is economically viable, given that grid transmission and standing charges make shore power significantly more expensive than marine diesel, and that transmission cost nearly doubled in April?
Well, my honourable friend is an absolute champion for Portsmouth Port, and I'm sure that she will be thinking of their 50th anniversary celebrations next week, where they will be bringing their pioneering work with Brittany Ferries on this issue to fruition. I do recognise, though, that high electricity prices can impact the economic viability of shore power in the short term. Government is working to improve shore power connection times and is going to continue to engage with the sector and across government on mitigating those high electricity costs. But through UK Shore, our £448 million investment in decarbonising maritime, it will allow applicants to include on-site energy generation and battery storage to help reduce costs.
Bill Forster.
Can the Minister assure me that when the diesel trains that operate on the South Western Railway network are replaced with electric trains to decarbonise the network, that there is no reduction in service for my commuting constituents in Woking?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We believe that the benefits of electric rolling stock for our train services actually allow us to improve efficiency on the railway, and I hope that those improvements can be realised for his constituents.
Harris.
Question 11, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Department has not made an assessment of the potential merits of providing UV index alerts on public information boards at transport hubs. UV guidance and forecasts are published by the UK Health Security Agency and the Met Office. They're included in TV and radio weather reporting and can be readily accessed on a range of weather apps.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One of the key findings of the recent Beauty, Hair and Wellbeing APPG UV safety report was that the public do not fully understand the UV index, with evidence showing that over 86% of skin cancer is entirely preventable. The report recommends that daily UV ratings be widely advertised across communities, including transport hubs. Would the Minister meet with me to discuss how this can help to educate and protect the public and ultimately save lives?
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. I know my honourable friend is producing a report on this critically important matter, and I would be very glad to meet with her to discuss its findings. We ought to take every opportunity to make sure that people understand the impact of UV on the health of their skin, and I look forward to meeting with her to discuss how we can take the findings from her report further.
Anybody? Oh, Jim Sherman.
Mr Speaker, thank you, and can I thank the Minister for that answer, and particularly can I thank the Honourable Lady for Nathan Swansea's for bringing this forward. The Honourable Lady always brings incredible issues for us all to be aware of. Skin cancer in Northern Ireland is one of the things that figures are rising. The issues of UV index alerts are something that the Honourable Lady has brought to the attention of the Minister here. I think it's important that not only does the Minister here take action on this issue after discussing the matter with the Honourable Lady, but would the Minister convey his thoughts after that meeting to the relevant Minister in Northern Ireland to ensure that the Ministers there will do the same thing as the Honourable Lady wants? If she wants it, in my opinion, support her.
Mr Speaker, the Honourable Member is right to say that the impact of skin cancer affects people right across the United Kingdom, and we need to be working as one United Kingdom to deal with it as an issue. I will certainly take what I learned from my meeting with my honourable friend, reflect that through to colleagues both in the Department for Health and Social Care, but also to my colleagues in the devolved administrations, including in Northern Ireland.
Ms Twist.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. People across the North East... Oh, 30. Sorry. Number 30.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This government passed the Bus Services Act last year to give local leaders greater control over their bus services, and we're supporting local transport authorities with over £3 billion of funding over the next 3 years to make that improvement a reality. We're also providing support and guidance to enhance partnerships and franchising, giving local leaders the tools that they need to ensure services meet local needs.
Ms Twist.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his reply. Now, people across the North East, including my constituency of Blaydon and Consett, have been benefiting from a £2.50 bus fare for a single journey, funded thanks to the Labour Government and Kim McGuinness, our North East Labour Mayor. This Mayor's fare has seen over 100 million bus journeys being made and an increase in bus patronage. To build on this success, we need the national bus fare cap funding from this government to continue. Will the Minister confirm that the government intends to keep the £3 national cap on buses beyond March 27?
We recognise how important affordable bus fares are, which is why we've extended the £3 bus fare cap in England until March 2027. We're evaluating the impact of the scheme, including on passengers and value for money, to inform decisions on the future bus fare policy. Alongside, of course, the cap, Mr Speaker, this August we're giving every child free bus travel, building on the Kids Go Free scheme pioneered by Mayor Kim McGuinness in the North East.
Dr Neil Hudson.
Number 14, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. London's Labour Mayor is using part of the £2.2 billion settlement provided by this government in the spending review to make the Central Line upgrades and refurbishments that will benefit the honourable member's constituents. Essex County Council and the London boroughs will also receive over £500 million to maintain and improve local roads by 2030. In addition to this, Essex will also receive over £377 million of funding over the next 3 years to support their transport priorities.
Dr Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituents in Epping Forest face many transport issues. We Central Line users endure delays, overcrowding and graffiti. Meanwhile, residents in Waltham Abbey have no access to the tube at all and have been left with a limited bus network since Transport for London withdrew services. Young people unable to get to the next stage in their education and residents struggling to get into London. I pay tribute to the Bring Back Red Buses Waltham Abbey campaign. Please can the government press the Mayor of London, TfL and Essex County Council to work together to give the people of Waltham Abbey and wider the transport services they so desperately need.
This government is investing over £2 billion in London's transport network, the largest government investment in London's existing transport network for over a decade. This means that London can invest £500 million in the Central Line Improvement Programme to upgrade signalling and refurbish those 30-year-old trains. Some refurbished trains are already in operation and the programme will complete by 2029. You also referenced the issue with graffiti. I know that the Mayor is very concerned about this. He has deployed a dedicated team of over 120 people to remove graffiti as quickly as possible, and in April this year, over 3,000 tags were removed from the Central Line trains.
Every story to pinch pick.
Number 15, please, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, in January we published the Road Safety Strategy, which envisages a safer future for everyone on the road, including targets to cut deaths and serious injuries by 65% for everyone and 70% for children by 2035. It promotes partnership working between government, local authorities, industry and others to save thousands of lives and ease pressure on the NHS.
Sarah Coombs.
I was very grateful to the Secretary of State for visiting Kenrick Way in my constituency last year, which is used as a racetrack by dangerous car cruisers, making residents' lives hell. I've been campaigning for a camera to be installed there, which was finally installed a few weeks ago, and I found out yesterday that they've already caught people driving at 125 miles an hour along this residential road. In other countries, they install technology to limit speeds in repeat offenders. So can the Secretary of State set out what kind of technological solutions we're looking at to limit repeat dangerous drivers in this country?
I record the visit to my honourable friend's constituency, meeting with her and, of course, the West Midlands Police and Crime Commissioner, Simon Foster, and I do remember how struck I was by how dangerous and invasive this form of reckless behaviour is on her local roads. This government is considering whether we should mandate alco-locks in cars in cases of repeat and high-risk drink driving offenders. And I think she raises an interesting question about whether technological solutions could also be applied in cases of dangerous street racers. And I will ask officials in my department to do more work on what the possibilities might be.
Josh Barbara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Residents of Park Avenue in Eastbourne, like David Tomlinson and Kat Harris, have been working together with the head teacher of Ratton School, Gavin Peevers, and folks in my team, like Ewan Morrison, to campaign to make that road safer after cats have been struck by speeding cars and children have had near misses when going into school. The last Conservative County Council failed to implement more traffic calming measures to tackle this. Will she encourage, as I am, the new reform-led County Council to tackle speeding and road safety issues on Park Avenue?
I commend the Honourable Gentleman for his campaigning on this issue and do believe we need to make the environment around schools safer for children. Some of the most successful and enduring interventions on roads to improve safety have been things like school street initiatives, and if traffic calming measures can reduce the number of people who are being killed or seriously injured, then I think it's right that local authorities look at the local situation and don't hesitate to make the interventions which could make all the difference.
Come to topicals. Alex Ballinger.
Call number 1, Mr Speaker.
Mr Speaker, the King's speech promised to change the country for the better, and this government is getting on with the job. Yesterday, we completed the passage of the Railways Bill through this place, paving the way for Great British Railways and an industry that finally works for passengers instead of profit. Already, we've seen new trains on SWR, more capacity on LNER, and the first GBR branded trains are now in service. Over half of train operating companies are now in public ownership, and they're performing better on average compared to those still in private hands. This is just one part of how we're transforming journeys. Tomorrow, I am launching the third cycling and walking investment strategy, building on the investment already announced, Mr Speaker, enabling more people to make safe and healthy choices to get around. And we're progressing legislation.
Sorry, Secretary of State. Mr May, this is continuous. What were you trying to ask me? Because obviously questions aren't coming to me. I need a bit of silence. If not, I don't think we need the rest of the day with your company.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. They like to shunter. What this government is doing is we're backing our aspirational words with real action. A stronger, fairer Britain is what we promised, and it is what we will deliver.
Alex Ballinger.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've been contacted by a number of residents, including Stuart from Quarry Bank and Stephanie from Homer Hill, about the dangerous use of modified e-bikes and e-scooters in parks across the constituency. Older people are particularly worried about youths riding these dangerously without thought of the road conditions. So will the Minister set out what steps he is taking to help improve safety and reduce the dangerous use of these modified e-bikes and e-scooters?
Mr Speaker, e-bikes that are modified to speeds over 15.5 miles per hour are illegal, and we continue to support the police with the tools that they need to enforce road traffic legislation. He will be aware that the Crime and Policing Act this year has given stronger powers to the police to seize vehicles used in an antisocial way without first requiring a warning, and it has also introduced new respect orders enabling police and councils to ban persistent offenders from areas where they cause harm.
Greg Smith, Shadow Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Over 2/3 of driving test centres have a maximum 24-week waiting time. The average wait time for a test is 22.3 weeks, a month longer than in July 24. And for all their talk of recruiting new examiners, instructor recruitment conversion rate is just 4%. Wow. So when are the government going to stop talking about taking action on this and actually get a grip of the driving test wait time crisis?
The DVSA continues driving examiner recruitment with 1,577 full-time driving examiners in May 2026, an increase of 147 when compared to the number of driving examiners in May 2026. That's 1,430 full-time equivalents.
Well, they go with the Liberal Democrat spokesman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The current...
I apologise, Andrew Lewin first. Sorry, Andrew.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It is a good time to be a commuter in Welwyn Hatfield. Trains from all 5 of our stations are now back under public control. We have fast trains from Welwyn North to London King's Cross, which have been a big success. We are right on track. However, would the Minister agree with me that it's really important to support commuters all across my wonderful constituency, and we should look at all options for increasing the number of trains serving Hatfield and Welwyn Garden City, especially in peak time?
I can tell my honourable friend that this government does expect all parts of the new publicly owned railway to plan services and timetables to meet expected passenger demand whilst maximising value for the taxpayer. I know a certain predecessor of his used to talk a good game on better rail services, but it's a fact that the honourable gentleman's constituents had to wait until he was elected as their Labour Member of Parliament to get a government that is prepared to put words into action.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The current cycling and walking investment strategy includes a target to reach 55% of trips walked, wheeled or cycled by 2035. Is the Secretary of State confident that there is a realistic plan with sufficient funding to achieve this target?
Unlike the previous government that took £200 million out of the active travel budget, this government is putting £600 million into improving walking and cycling, safer routes to school, safer crossings more generally, making sure that we're investing in safe infrastructure to enable more people to walk and cycle more often. It's a real priority for this government to get this right, saves people money in terms of having to fork out at petrol stations, also means that it's better for the country's long-term health and benefits the environment too. What's not to like?
Joe Paul.
Mr Speaker, lime leg injuries, antisocial parking, ignoring pedestrian crossings. One constituent has even had multiple surgeries after a hit and run from a child on a hacked line bike. Every week the costs to the NHS and local authorities soar, while the profits for the venture capitalists in California who started these companies go through the roof. I'm really keen to see safer cycling in London. I'm a keen cyclist myself. But could the Secretary of State set out when the really important new regulations for the dockless e-bike sector will kick in for Londoners?
Mr Speaker, I too want to see more cycling in London and in towns and cities across the UK, and dockless cycles are one way to support this. We want to empower local leaders to shape shared cycle schemes so they can deliver the greatest possible benefits and mitigate any possible issues. So we'll be introducing local licensing regulations and guidance in the coming months.
Ashley Fox.
Mr Speaker, the Maritime and Coast Guard Agency's decision to discontinue hourly payments to volunteer rescue Coast Guards threatens the safety of Burnham-on-Sea in my constituency and coastal communities around the country. It is inevitable that fewer people will be able to volunteer to assist the Coast Guard if they can't be reimbursed for time lost off work. The Minister will be aware that this decision follows a recent Court of Appeal case. So what steps will he be taking to ensure that this judgment does not lead to a reduction in the number of willing volunteers who keep our coast safe for residents and tourists?
Well, Mr Speaker, the honourable gentleman is right to point to the fact that the Court of Appeal's judgment made clear that current arrangements couldn't continue, but we are committed to protecting volunteers who preserve a valuable form of public service. The revised model protects choice, flexibility and the ability for people to serve alongside their primary employment, but I look forward to working with him and members across the House to make sure that we continue having volunteers at the heart of our seafaring nation.
Mr Speaker, the Minister has seen firsthand the disruption and misery caused by the closure of the Broadmead Road Bridge for safety reasons. He will also be aware from his visit that the costs of repairs dwarf that which is affordable by the London Borough of Redbridge. Given this, what support can the Department for Transport provide to make sure we get the bridge reopened, minimise disruption to the central line during the repair works so we can get Redbridge moving again?
I thank my right honourable friend for his question. As he mentioned, I have seen first-hand the impact that this is having on the local community. We announced a structures fund to support run-down bridges, decaying flyovers and worn-out tunnels. Local authorities have until early August to apply for this investment, and the department is already engaging with Redbridge Council on their application.
Will Forster.
Mr Speaker, Delays and cancellations on the South Western Railway network are horrendous. Nationalisation has not gone to plan. Last week I asked the Leader of the House why this is the case, and he said he expects things to improve, which is why we don't need a debate. Please can the Minister tell the House what KPIs the government is using to measure success?
I speak regularly with the new integrated managing director of South Western, Lawrence Bowman, to ensure that he is doing absolutely everything that he can, both from a train operations and infrastructure management perspective, to bear down on the disruption that the Honourable Gentleman's constituents has had to experience. I do accept that over the last year, performance at South Western Railways hasn't been up to scratch, but I assure him that we will leave no stone unturned in making sure that his constituents have a better travelling experience in the future.
Chair of the Select Committee, Ruth Catley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday, Transport Committee published the report into our inquiry on taxis and private hire licensing. Out-of-area working was a very significant issue of concern for many of the, for much of the evidence we received and many of our witnesses, and the issue was also highlighted in Baroness Casey's report into group-based sexual exploitation released last year. And so I would like to know what the government is doing to restrict out-of-area working for taxis and private hire vehicles.
My honourable friend raises a very important issue, and she will be aware that we have already legislated to establish national standards and to reform the way that enforcement action can be taken against private hire drivers and vehicles, no matter where those drivers or vehicles are licensed. These standards will provide a robust framework to make sure that people are safe wherever they live, work or travel, and I do believe that drivers and operators should license where they intend to provide services. We are bringing forward a draft taxi and private hire bill for pre-legislative scrutiny in this session, and I'd be grateful for her committee's expertise in looking at that. We want to look at this issue of out-of-area working holistically to make sure that we don't reduce the availability of private hire services for everyone, whilst also making sure that we've got very, very high standards in place.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Secretary of State will be aware of the provision in the National Planning Policy Framework that if a proposed development is within 800 metres of a train station, that it's a presumed yes from the planning inspector's point of view. However, this becomes a loophole, a planning loophole in my Spelthorne constituency, because Kempton Park Station is the first one outside the oyster zone. So no matter how many houses are built there, no one will use that station because they'll all go one stop up the line to Hampton to go in much more cheaply. As a result of this planning loophole, Redrow Barrett are planning on putting a planning application in to flatten Kempton Park Racecourse and put 2,000 homes on it. Would the Secretary of State look at this planning loophole in the MPPF to ensure that it's not abused, and how would she feel if she is indirectly responsible for the destruction of an internationally famous, iconic racecourse?
I do believe that it's right to prioritise development in sustainable locations, namely around railway stations. The establishment of Great British Railways will enable us to look more holistically at the way in which the ticketing and fares system works. And of course, we're expanding pay-as-you-go ticketing to give a more seamless experience to people who are travelling in the South East. I don't know the details of the particular planning application that he refers to. If he wishes to write to me, I will look into it in more detail.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. This government has delivered the funding necessary to build mass transit in West Yorkshire, and I'm very proud of that. However, the delay in the delivery timetable has left many of my constituents extremely frustrated that the Leeds and Bradford tram won't be delivered until the late 2030s. We have been stung too many times on mass transit projects in my part of the world. Can the Minister confirm that she will do everything within her power to accelerate the delivery of mass transit in West Yorkshire? Because after all, both the Prime Minister and the Chancellor have said it's time for trams.
Mr Speaker, I know there is a long and painful history of failed attempts to build mass transit in West Yorkshire, and I do understand why his constituents feel let down by what has happened in the past. Can I assure him, though, that this government fully supports Mayor Tracy Brabin's plans for mass transit, and we are working hand in glove with her. Indeed, I believe at this very moment the Minister for Rail is meeting with her to discuss what more the government can do to ensure we finally deliver the mass transit system that his constituents and West Yorkshire deserves.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Coast Guard rescue officers are brave men and women working on the front line to save lives, keep our coastline safe and at times arrive on the scene of small boat crossings. It is therefore shameful that the Maritime Coast Guard Agency have decided to strip them of the small payment they receive and rehire them as unpaid volunteers. Will the Minister meet with me, my constituent Martin Groom and other brave frontline CROs to discuss a way forward and save the Coast Guard as we know it from collapse?
Well done.
I would be very happy to meet, Mr Speaker, with the Honourable Member who I work productively with across a number of issues in this space. He will be aware that the MCA is responding to a Court of Appeal judgment which made clear that the current arrangements could not legally continue. We believe that protecting volunteering preserves one of the most valuable forms of public service, which he outlines, and I look forward to working with him to support those volunteers.
Amanda Hack.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister will know that I've been campaigning on the availability of driving tests. So I was really pleased to see this week our changes has seen a release of driving tests back into the system. Would the Minister update me on how the demand for tests in my constituency of North West Leicestershire will be matched up with the supply of new driving test availability?
I thank my honourable friend for her question. We are indeed going further on DVS, on tackling this issue. From the 31st of March, obviously limited drivers to 2 changes to their driving test. From the 12th of March, restricted bookings, so only learners can amend the tests and book them. And on the 9th of June, we limited the area that a driver can move their test to. And the DVSA will, of course, also continue using MOD driving examiners to help provide additional practical tests.
Coast Guards in my constituency were told only last week that they are to lose their remuneration, and they are furious that their specialist skills and their dedication are now being undervalued. I heard the Minister say earlier on that he was prepared to meet colleagues from across the House. I hope that is extended to colleagues with all Coast Guard stations, because the assessment of the risks to recruitment and retention and also to the work of other emergency services such as the police needs to be very clearly understood.
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady for her question, and it reflects the strength of feeling across the House, both for the support we have for our volunteers who man the Coast Guard, but also what work we need to do to make sure that the consequences of this judgment are fully understood and that volunteers get the support they need. I'd be very glad to meet with her. I should also note for members that the Chief Executive of the MCA will be doing a drop-in with members of Parliament. I will assure that the details are shared with her.
Much, Mr Speaker. Now, residents in Hertford and Stortford tell me too often that their bus services are irregular or delayed, causing unnecessary disruption and stress. I welcome the £19.5 million of funding allocated to Hertfordshire County Council through the local authority bus grant last year. I'd be grateful if the Minister could say a little more about how we'll work with the Lib Dem administration to ensure that this money is used effectively and what this Labour government is doing to improve bus services in semi-rural communities just like mine.
I thank my honourable friend for his question. In rural areas, obviously, we're doing a number of pilots to demonstrate the effectiveness and the potential for bus franchising for rural areas as well. That's on top of ensuring for the first time that rurality has been considered in the bus funding.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Passengers on Great Northern services to and from King's Lynn are fed up with repeated weekend closures. Given the Secretary of State now oversees the track and those trains, does she agree that discounts should be offered when rail replacement buses are in operation?
It is sometimes essential to do maintenance work over the weekends, and I do appreciate that that can cause disruption to the travelling public. We try to keep that at a minimum and properly communicate with passengers in advance so that they can plan their journeys accordingly. In terms of providing direct compensation, that's not something that we would be financially able to do at the current time. But what I want to do is minimise the disruption that his constituents and the travelling public across the country experience on those sorts of occasions.
Thank you
very much, Mr Speaker. The Parliamentary Advisory Committee on Transport Safety has outlined the potential benefits of changing default speed limits on urban and rural minor roads to 20 miles an hour.
Oh, that's insane.
What is the Department's position on this, and will it be reflected in the next guidance for local transport authorities on setting up local speed limits?
Decisions about speed limits on local roads are matters for the local highway authority, and I think that's right because local leaders will know their areas best. I am also acutely aware, though, that if you're hit a car travelling at 20 miles per hour compared to one travelling at 30 miles per hour, you're 5 times less likely to die. And so appropriate decisions need to be taken by the appropriate authority for appropriate local circumstances.
That's a man.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituent, Sophia, is 35, has cerebral palsy and numerous other difficulties, and spent her life in a wheelchair as a result of poor NHS care when she was born. Her parents have a mobility wheelchair accessible vehicle and take her to daycare only 4 days a week, 13 miles away for 48 weeks of the year, clocking up 49,920 miles for daycare alone every 5 years. She has numerous hospital appointments, a trip of 58 miles, and trips to the dentist and other specialists punctuate every single month. Under the government's new legislation, Sophia's parents, her carers, will have to pay 25 pence for every mile over the new 50,000 threshold, which is likely to cost them several £1,000s. Can the Minister please impress on her colleagues that they need to adjust that threshold for life in the country?
Oh, no, one of us is sitting down, it's not me. As a whip, you well know we're into topicals. They're meant to be short and punchy. As important as it is, I'm sure that the Minister will have got the answer ready.
Are we delighted to meet with the Honourable Lady?
You just has to meet with her, save time.
Mr Speaker, thank you. Minister, in the last previous government, they set aside a designated fund to address the issue of coastal erosion. In A20 in my constituency of Strangford, the coastal erosion happens with a ferocity every winter and every spring. Could I ask the Minister again, would the Minister consider, please, having a designated fund set aside for coastal erosion for all of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, as they did in the past?
Be a link somewhere. Good luck, Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. While I think this is in the main an issue for DEFRA, the honourable gentleman is right to point to the fact that coastal erosion can affect a variety of transport infrastructure, including our ports, and the forthcoming National Policy Statement for Ports will address just the issue that he raises.
He can't get it for the erosion. Right, let the front bench change over. Question, Dr. Caroline John.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. If the Government will make a statement on the effect of the availability of medicines from VAT on compassionate drugs.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. It is very important for patients to have access to innovative medicines as quickly as possible, especially for them where there is unmet clinical need or no alternative treatment. And we are working to streamline NICE and MHRA decisions so that NHS patients benefit from the latest medicines as soon as they are proven safe and effective. And early access and compassionate use programmes can play an important role in enabling patient access to these medicines ahead of routine commissioning decisions. However, we should be clear that these programmes are a commercial decision taken by pharmaceutical companies. Companies choose whether and how to provide medicines free of charge to patients in the NHS before these medicines go through licensing, post-trial access, or before a funding decision. The tax is, as honourable members know, a matter for the Chancellor, so I'm not going to get into details about that here at the dispatch box, but under long-standing VAT rules, supplies of goods free of charge can still be treated as taxable deemed supplies where input tax has been recovered, and this means that VAT can apply even where no payment is made, reflecting established principles of the tax system. And we recognise the concerns raised by industry and others about the potential impact of this treatment on the provision of free-of-charge medicines, and we are working closely with Treasury and HMRC to explore options to address these issues, as witnessed by my honourable friend here. The Exchequer Secretary is here with me for this question this morning. We will carefully consider the legal, fiscal and operational implications of any potential changes, but until then we will continue to engage constructively with industry, the NHS and all our partners to make sure that British patients, who we have at our thoughts at all times, have access to innovative medicines.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I declare an interest as a consultant paediatrician. Mr Speaker, one of the worst moments as a paediatrician is when all treatments have failed, there's no suitable clinical trial, and at that point, in those dark moments, compassionate use schemes can be a glimmer of hope. New unlicensed medicines with clinical potential have provided free to the patient and free to the NHS. However, last year, Mr Speaker, the government started charging VAT on the deemed value of these drugs, meaning companies had to pay tax to give the drugs away. When hearing at every meeting with Labour MPs was about who we can tax in order to provide benefits for others, few would have imagined that this would include potentially life-saving, charitably given drugs for sick adults and dying children. Following lobbying by my right honourable friend, the member for Hornchurch and Upminster, the government has paused enforcement while they review the situation, but they've said liabilities remain and they're taking too long. Bayer has now withdrawn from the scheme and others could follow. Patients are at risk. So I ask the Minister, does the Minister recognise this makes trials in the UK less attractive? Does she recognise that HMRC's pause is not enough? How much money does the government expect to raise with this VAT? How did the government find time to reduce VAT on fairground rides at Alton Towers, but not to sort out this problem? How many patients have missed out so far? Does the Minister recognise that this delay could cost lives? And who was the Minister that signed this off? Was it the Health Secretary from when he was Minister in the Treasury? I understand, Mr Speaker, that the government says this is not new, and indeed it may apply to a law dating back over 30 years, but I would gently point out that the application is new and that the levers to change it, and change it quickly, lie in this government's hands. Patients need them to act swiftly.
Well, Mr Speaker, I wanted to start, I think the Honourable Lady was quite right, and I pay tribute to her service as a clinician. And she's quite right that at times, for patients facing this situation, this is, as she said, a glimmer of hope. And I do pay tribute to that. But I have to say, I think in the rest of her comments that they were ill-deserved, and I understand the desire of the opposition to attack a new Secretary of State because he was in the Treasury, but I'm going to move on to the actual issues, because patients care about this. The rules have been in place for a long time when this government took office, and we have not changed them. We have inherited this system, and we are looking at how we can improve it. They could have abolished VAT on these medicines, but they chose not to. And what's more, in the time we've been in office, we have struck a deal with the USA that not only guarantees 0% on pharmaceutical tariffs, but also changes the old formula that we used for medicines. So for the first time in 20 years, the government are spending more to ensure our patients are first in the queue for innovative medicines. They could have also raised the threshold, but they chose not to. So now, for example, patients facing Duchenne muscular dystrophy, brain cancer drug for children as young as 12, and a type of rare and aggressive stomach cancer are now being treated. We recognise the importance of maintaining the UK as a leading location for life sciences investment and innovation, and that is precisely why we are engaging with industry and partners across government to understand and address concerns, including this issue regarding VAT payable on donated medicines. And I will say, in considering a way forward, it is important to safeguard the robust and fair system by which routine access to medicines commissioned by the NHS is determined. Mr Speaker, a range of options are being considered. No decisions have been made at this stage, and I'm not going to preempt any more here.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I do thank the Minister for her statement. I'm sure she's working hard to resolve this issue. It was, as was explained by the opposition front bench, a pause was introduced, and I know charities like Sarcoma UK absolutely welcomed it. but they're asked that it was made permanent. So if she's working hard to get the Treasury to really understand the impact this VAT charge is having on patients, will she invite the Treasury Minister to meet charities like Circomo UK to hear firsthand about what the impact of charging VAT would be? Thank you.
Well, I thank him and I commend his work in this area on behalf of patients. And as I said, no decisions have been made here. We are continuing to work, and I understand from as I said, the Exchequer Secretary is with me here on the front bench and will be very happy to keep engaging with all interested parties.
Spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was deeply shocked to hear about the change in HMRC's policy. The pharmaceutical companies must now pay VAT on drugs available through compassionate use and early access schemes. This is extremely worrying. In April, HMRC told the pharma industry it will pause enforcing VAT bills while the government considers measures to support the pharmaceutical industry in supplying patients who desperately need these drugs. These changes have been mired in uncertainty and misunderstanding with poor communication from HMRC from the start. The government must ensure they create a workable long-term solution for the pharmaceutical industry to support these patients who are in desperate need. Patients must not lose access to medicines as a result, and HMRC must communicate with pharma and patients effectively. For patients of all ages with rare cancer types, schemes like these are the only way to access potentially life-extending treatment. So has the Minister spoken to cancer charities about the real-life effect these changes will have? We should be making it easier for patients to access life-extending drugs, not harder. And will the Minister confirm that patients will not be denied life-saving drugs as a result of these changes?
I thank the Liberal Democrat opposition spokesperson for her comments. I think she does know that obviously we do engage with the sector all the time. And as I said in my comments, we will continue to work with bodies across the life science sector, with patients, with the NHS, with HMRC and the Treasury. A range of options have been considered. No decisions have been made.
Mr Speaker, we're here because the government has decided to charge VAT on donated medicines used for compassionate use schemes. Now, the Minister says, well, that's not our fault. The scheme has been around for 30 years. That may be true, the rules, but they have decided to apply them for the first time. Why is it that the government has decided to implement VAT now?
Well, as I said in my statements, and as I think he knows, and again, I do think it's important for honourable members to recognise the deep concern that, as I said, patients with unmet clinical need who rely on this glimmer of hope hear from these sorts of exchanges. And that is why we continue. The rules are long-standing, and that is why we're continuing to engage on this issue.
Sir Ashley Fox.
Mr Speaker, it is utterly shameful that this government is presiding over the imposition of VAT being put on drugs donated for compassionate use. And she referred to the last government. VAT wasn't put on these drugs under the last government. It is being put on these drugs under this government. And will she say, was it the Health Secretary who signed this off when he was sitting in the Treasury?
I think the honourable gentleman's last comment makes exactly the point as to why he is raising this issue.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And, Minister, the concerns of those of us who have asked questions and myself who will ask one now are very clear. They're compassionate and they're on behalf of our constituents who feel the pain. These compassionate access schemes are a critical lifeline for terminally ill patients, often stepping in when the NHS has exhausted all standard funding avenues and any more by the HMRC to levy, to barter or deem supply VAT on free clinical treatments places, I believe, an unacceptable risk of voluntary patient provision. So will the Minister, I say this very kindly, will the Minister ensure that the Treasury works collaboratively with devolved health executives to create a permanent watertight VAT exception so that no patient, regardless of their postcode, is left behind, and the compassion is and should be a UK-wide attribute and not a postcode lottery? Thank you.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his comments, and he works very hard in this area, and he's quite right to use the word compassion, because that is absolutely how we must approach this issue, because as I said in my comments, for patients who have an unmet clinical need, who are desperate for some innovation. That is why we are putting front and centre our collaboration and work with the life science sector and working so closely to work together across HMIC. It's why the Treasury Minister is here with me listening attentively to these issues. It's why we continue to work together. They are long-standing rules. We have made huge progress in this area, as I think he would acknowledge, for patients in this category, particularly with our revision on to NICE thresholds, and we continue to do so. On behalf of the patients, we all want to help.
Right, let the front bench change over. We come to business. Acting Shadow Leader, John Lamont.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Will the Leader of the House give us the forthcoming business, please?
Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The business for the week commencing the 15th of June will include Monday the 15th of June. The Chairman of Ways and Means is expected to name opposed private business for consideration, followed by a debate on a motion on NHS dentistry. The subject for this debate was determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Tuesday the 16th of June, remaining stages of the Cyber Security and Resilience Network and Information Systems Bill. Wednesday the 17th of June, consideration of an allocation of time motion, followed by all stages of the National Security State Threats Bill. Thursday the 18th of June, a general debate on the infected blood compensation scheme, followed by a further debate, the subject of which is yet to be confirmed. The subject for these debates are determined by the Backbench Business Committee. Friday the 19th of June, the House will not be sitting, and the provisional business for the week commencing the 22nd of June includes Monday the 22nd of June, remaining stages of the Armed Forces Bill. And colleagues may also wish to be aware that on Monday the 29th of June and Tuesday the 30th of June, the House is expected to debate estimates.
Speaker, my thoughts, and I'm sure those of the whole House, are with the man who was critically injured in the dreadful knife attack in Belfast on Monday evening. The bravery shown by members of the public who stepped in to help was nothing short of extraordinary. Mr Speaker, may I wish all those taking part in the common ridings and festivals across the Scottish borders a successful and enjoyable season. Communities are gathering to celebrate traditions that have been passed down through generations. Last week, I was in Hawick for the Hawick Common Riding, and I paid tribute to the Hawick Cornet, Jordan Nuttall, and his lass, Alex Martin, for the dignified way in which they carried out their duties. Tomorrow, I will be in Selkirk for their Common Riding, and I hope the standard bearer, Sam Coulthart, has a successful and enjoyable day. These celebrations are a reminder of the strength of local identity, community spirit, and public service that continue to define our part of Scotland. Turning to matters of wider public concern, can the Leader of the House find time for a debate on standards in public life and accountability in government, particularly in light of the continuing questions surrounding the SNP and the Peter Murrell scandal? Following Peter Murrell's conviction for embezzling hundreds of thousands of pounds, many people across Scotland remain deeply concerned that significant questions remain unanswered, particularly given reports that public money may have been involved. The Scottish Conservatives, led by Russell Finlay, have rightly called for a full and independent inquiry into what happened and who knew what. The Scottish public deserve answers. They deserve to know how such substantial sums of money could disappear over such a prolonged period without detection. They deserve to know what oversight and governance arrangements were in place within the SNP and why those arrangements appear to have failed so comprehensively. They deserve to know what senior figures in the party played during this period and what information was available to them. There are also serious questions about the handling and timing of the wider investigation and about decisions that have been taken throughout the process. So why did it take so long for these matters to come to light? Why were concerns not identified earlier? And why have so many questions continued to go unanswered despite years of scrutiny and investigation? Mr Speaker, at a time when public confidence in politics is already fragile, the perception that there is one rule for those in positions of power and another for everyone else is profoundly damaging. Transparency is not optional. Accountability is not optional. The public have a right to know that those who seek elected office are subject to proper scrutiny and that serious failings will be investigated openly and thoroughly. So will the Leader of the House therefore consider providing government time for a debate on transparency and accountability in public institutions, and in doing so support calls for all outstanding questions surrounding this scandal to be properly examined? Now, Mr Speaker, while the media and the Labour Party are busy poring over every twist and turn of the by-election in Makerfield, the election that may tell us far more about the future direction of Scottish politics is the one taking place next week in Aberdeen South. There, the contest is now clearly a straight fight between the SNP and the Scottish Conservative candidate Douglas Lumsden. As public confidence in the SNP continues to be undermined by scandal and mismanagement, there is a growing recognition that only the Scottish Conservatives can defeat the SNP and send a message to both of Scotland's governments that the jobs of thousands of workers in Aberdeen's vital oil and gas sector must be protected. The people of Scotland deserve a politics that is open, accountable and focused on delivering results rather than just distracted by scandal. So will the Leader of the House join me in recognising the importance of transparency in public life and ensuring that the many unanswered questions surrounding this affair are not simply brushed aside but receive the scrutiny and answers that the Scottish and the British public rightly deserve?
Leader of the House.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Speaker. And first of all, let me join with the Deputy Leader of the House in sending our best wishes to the man injured in the Belfast attack, and wish him well and his family well. But also let me place on record our thanks and support to the brave police officers and the wider community that have shown incredible bravery in the face of such intimidation. I want to start off, Mr Speaker, by mentioning some of the anniversaries which will take place before the next scheduled business question. Firstly, next Tuesday marks 10 years since the murder of Joe Cox. Joe was a relentless campaigner for equality, human rights and social justice, and a powerful champion for the world's most vulnerable and marginalised. And members will have the opportunity to pay tribute to Joe and her long-lasting legacy during this afternoon's debate, and I hope that members will take the opportunity to do so. This Sunday will mark the 9th anniversary since 72 people lost their lives in the Grenfell fire, and I know that the thoughts of the whole House remain with the families of those who died in the Grenfell Tower fire, the survivors and the wider community. Mr Speaker, I also want to turn to matters which have been raised previously with me during these sessions and report back on progress which has been made. And an issue which has been raised frequently with me is driving tests. So members will be pleased to see this week that further changes have been made to how and where driving tests can be booked. This is a final step in a series of changes we are making to make it easy to get a test and to stop the exploitation of learner drivers by online bots and reselling. Similarly, a constant theme in these sessions has been the state of our roads and the plague of potholes. And this week, Mr Speaker, we have unveiled new rules to get potholes fixed. Councils will be required to reveal exactly how well they repair their roads, letting the public hold them to account. Long-term preventative repairs will be prioritised over costly patch-up fixes, saving motorists hundreds of pounds a year on pothole-related repairs. And last week, Mr Speaker, the Modernisation Committee launched a new opportunity for members to directly shape the work of the committee by pitching ideas for what we should be doing next. And more information is available on Parlinet, and I strongly encourage members to take part and share ideas. And also, Mr Speaker, as the House will know today, the World Cup kicks off, so I'm sure the whole House will join me in wishing England and Scotland the very best of luck. Members will be pleased to know that the pubs across the country are set to benefit from extensions to licensing hours and special screenings. And as I've said before, Mr Speaker, England has only ever won a World Cup under a Labour government. So that is a theory which I expect to be tested not just in this World Cup, but indeed the next one. Let me turn to the remarks of the honourable gentleman. And he has talked about the importance of the common ridings and festival. And he's absolutely right that events like the Border Common Ridings are a reminder and a display of local identity and community spirit that has endured for centuries. And I'm pleased to see that he's able to attend and take part in such events. And I join him in wishing all those taking part an enjoyable season. He says that he will be at the Selkirk Common Ridings, which I believe takes place tomorrow, which commemorates the town's last and only survivor from the Battle of Flodden in 1513. So I hope that the weather is better tomorrow than it was on the day of the battle. Mr Speaker, he raised two substantive points, the first around standards in public life, and I absolutely agree with him that it is important that the public get the answers that they deserve when there are scandals like the one that we have seen north of the border. And I encourage people to be open about what has happened. And if the authorities need to carry out further investigations, then it is right that they do so. He talks, and not surprisingly in the context of next week's by-election, about the important question of oil and gas. And I would point out two things. One is that this government is absolutely committed to new clean energy and energy independence, and we will be bringing forward measures on the latter shortly. But oil and gas will continue to flow for many years ahead, Mr Speaker, as we make that transition. And the international situation has again underlined the importance of that transition. But on the final point about what is happening to jobs, and we should be concerned about what happens to jobs in transition, but I would gently point out to him that in 14 years of Conservative government, 70,000 jobs were lost in oil and gas, and I'm sure the voters of Aberdeen will want to bear that in mind.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituents in Gravelly Hill, Herdington, continue to raise serious concerns about air pollution and its impact on health and quality of life around the A38 Spaghetti Junction interchange. When almost 200,000 vehicles passing through the junction each day, residents remain concerned about the cumulative impact of emissions on surrounding communities, despite repeated requests. A ministerial visit to discuss these concerns has yet to be arranged. Will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on air quality in urban communities, and will he ask the relevant minister to visit Spaghetti Junction to see firsthand the challenges faced by local residents? Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Yeah, Mr Speaker, my honourable friend is a doughty fighter for her community and for the wider region. And these are serious matters that she raises. There are opportunities for her to apply for a debate to hear directly from a minister, perhaps in a Westminster Hall debate or an adjournment debate. But I'll certainly take up her request that a minister consider visiting to see the issue for themselves.
When the Chairman, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'll start by associating myself with the remarks of both the Leader and the Shadow Leader in relation to the knife attack this week in Belfast. And I want to thank the Leader of the House for the business. I need to put on record, Mr Speaker, that this is a momentous weekend, Scotland's first World Cup match since 1998. I had just completed my last final exam at university on the day of our match against Brazil in Paris, so it really was a long, long time ago. But as Scotland take to the field against Haiti in the wee hours of Sunday morning, I trust that all members will be cheering us on. I know my English colleagues and those from elsewhere are very good at doing that in relation to Scotland. And so to Scott McTominay, John McGinn, Andy Robertson and the rest of the team, the very best of luck. But I do want to highlight, thank you, I do want to highlight that FIFA have done their level best to overshadow what should be a brilliant celebration and experience for fans. Fans are being squeezed until the pips squeak. Scotland fans are paying $80 just for the privilege of catching a train to the match this weekend. And some can't even get there, with late updates to ESTAS. In one report, someone finding out an hour before their flight was due to take off that they were no longer able to travel, means that they are being prevented from travelling at all to these matches, having spent thousands of pounds. Liberal Democrats are calling for an international fans charter to protect against FIFA ever trying this racket again. So I hope the Leader will consider scheduling a debate on FIFA's treatment of fans at this World Cup. Mr Speaker, moving on, this week Liberal Democrats set out fully funded plans to overhaul energy pricing and permanently lower bills for millions of households across the UK. Families were already struggling with their bills before Trump started his war with Iran, and now with the announcement that the energy price cap will rise from July by 13%, it is time for the government to act. by clawing back the unexpected windfall made by energy network operator companies, a windfall only made possible by weak regulation on behalf of Ofgem, we can give every household in Britain a basic energy allowance at a discounted rate, cutting the average bill by £100. So again, I ask the Leader of the House to raise these proposals with the Chancellor and with the Secretary of State for Energy Security and Net Zero, but also to schedule a debate in government time on these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I certainly join the Honourable Lady in wishing Scotland well. And in terms of the cost of the World Cup for fans that want to go, I think the Prime Minister has already raised his concerns as a keen football fan. But she may want to raise, it's an interesting question which she raises about the international action on this matter. She may want to raise that at DCMS questions on the 18th of June. In terms of energy bills, which again is an important question that she raises, I would point out that the government is taking action. We've frozen the fuel duty for the rest of the year. We're delinking the price of electricity from the price of gas, and that will protect many households and businesses from gas price spikes. We're extending and expanding our scheme to recoup excess profits made during high gas prices. And there is extra support, particularly on heating oil for rural communities, £53 million of that. But we do keep these matters under review. And I know that the Chancellor takes a keen interest in these matters, and where we can further support people, I'm sure the government will want to do that.
Smith.
Mr Speaker, Wales aren't going to the World Cup, but I'll definitely be supporting both Scotland and England in the weeks ahead. So, good wishes, everybody. Can I welcome the government's programme to help young people into education, employment and training? In Blaenau, Gwent and Rhymney, we have 2 new hubs to boost their opportunities. Can we please have an update on the progress with the new Jobs Guarantee Scheme to foster the talent of even more young people?
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I echo my honourable friend's sentiment regarding the work that the government has done to tackle this important matter. But as he suggests, there is much more to do in this area. We are looking forward to responding to the Miliband review once the full recommendations are published, and I'm sure my right honourable friend, the Work and Pension Secretary, will want to keep the House updated once that process concludes.
Blackman, Chair of the Backbench.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In addition to the business the leaders announced, on Thursday the 18th of June, there will be a statement from the Science, Innovation and Technology Committee, followed by a statement from the Justice Select Committee on their reports. Up until yesterday, we believed that there was going to be government business on the 18th of June. So we have a debate on the infected blood compensation scheme, and we are at the moment offering to other colleagues who are in the waiting list to see if they want to take up the further debate. If we are allocated the Thursday the 25th of June, there will be a statement from the Work and Pensions Committee, followed by a debate on Windrush Day, followed by a debate, I'll use the short title, Mr Speaker, Pans and Pandas, in the Chamber. In terms of Westminster Hall business, next Tuesday there will be a debate on community hospitals, and on Thursday there will be a debate on safeguarding human rights in supply chains, followed by a debate on public toilet provision for people living with stoma. On the Tuesday the 23rd of June, there will be a debate on fly tipping in residential areas and the associated impacts. And on Thursday, the 25th, there will be a statement from the HCLG Select Committee, followed by a debate on ports and port connectivity, and a further debate to be announced. I should remind colleagues, as the leader has announced that Estimates Day debates are coming up, that tomorrow is the last date for applications to be submitted, and the Backbench Business Committee will be considering the applications on Tuesday next. So obviously key for people who want to get applications in to do so speedily. We are intending obviously to offer as many debates as we possibly can. Now, Mr Speaker, the illegal occupation of part of the Kashmir Valley by Pakistan has been going on since 1947. Many MPs in this House, of course, have supported that position. However, recently, the Joint Awami Action Committee, who've operated in the illegal occupied part of Kashmir, have been demonstrating for basic rights on food, electricity and healthcare. But the Pakistani authorities have launched a severe crackdown. They report that at least 11 people have been killed and many others injured. But the protester groups report there are 20 to 30 deaths and over 200 injuries. I believe there are a number of British nationals that have been injured during these positions. There have been arbitrary arrests, and Pakistani forces have fired live ammunition on peaceful protesters. I understand that 30 colleagues from the APPG for Kashmir have written to the Foreign Secretary demanding action. And I would just echo the fact of we want to see action from the Foreign Secretary and our FCO department on calling out Pakistan for taking this despicable action against peaceful protesters. So could the leader arrange for a statement next week from the Foreign Secretary on this particular issue?
Leader.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm grateful to the honourable gentleman for the work of his committee and the very strong leadership which he shows. It's an impressive list of debates that he has announced, Mr Speaker, underlining the importance of the work of his committee. He mentions, as I mentioned in my outlining of business, the 18th and the fact there's a topic yet to be decided. We will obviously publicise that as soon as possible in the usual way. On the substantive question of Kashmir, India and Pakistan are both long-standing important partners of this country, and our long-standing position is that for India and Pakistan to find a lasting political resolution on this issue, whilst respecting the wishes of the Kashmiri people, the government encourages, Mr Speaker, both nations to engage in dialogue and pursue lasting political solutions to support regional stability. But I will draw his remarks to the attention of the Foreign Secretary, because I think this is a really important matter.
Laura Caxman.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. From Hawkslade to Buckingham Park, we've got parked vehicles that sit abandoned for months on our roads, causing obstruction and danger to local residents and even attracting fly tipping and antisocial behaviour. They're usually untaxed and without an MOT, so when we try and get them removed, we get passed between Buckinghamshire Council, the police and other local authorities, with no one taking responsibility to get them looked at and removed. So can the Leader of the House allocate parliamentary time to see what more we can do in government to expand enforcement and get these vehicles off our roads?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I thank my honourable friend for this question, which sounds like an untenable situation in her constituency. The police and local authorities do have legal powers to deal with dangerous, abandoned and obstructive vehicles and work closely with the DVLA to target untaxed vehicles. Should my honourable friend wish to apply for a Westminster Hall debate or an adjournment debate, I'm sure it would be well attended, and she could then hear from the Minister directly about what further the government can do.
Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Ofcom is an important regulator and one that my residents raise regularly, whether it's failings in the postal service, lack of internet in suburban areas, concern about bias on TV, political interference on social media, and now elderly people plagued by scams and frauds on landlines where Ofcom could easily intervene to block ghost numbers. Now Ofcom are looking to take on the issues around nudity and children online and, of course, the potential social media ban. But, Mr Speaker, with so many areas in which the public is already being failed by them, can we have a debate on government time about the role and effectiveness of Ofcom? You're here.
Mr Speaker, the matters that the honourable lady says are being raised with Ofcom around nudity in social media are, of course, and I'm sure she shares this view, are really important. And the first step that the government is taking to address a wider issue. In terms of the success or lack of success from Ofcom, should she wish to seek an adjournment debate or a Westminster Hall debate, she can make the points that she makes directly to government, because it is important that Ofcom do a good job, and if they are being given important jobs to do that, they do that with the confidence of this House.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've been campaigning alongside healthcare professionals who are concerned about risks arising from the unsafe handling of hazardous medicinal products. The BBC broadcast footage last month inadvertently showing a nurse handling a potentially hazardous new cancer drug without the correct protective equipment. Will the Leader of the House find time for a debate on introducing a framework to protect healthcare workers from exposure to hazardous medicinal products?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising this important matter and for his work campaigning on this issue. The safety of NHS staff, Mr Speaker, is non-negotiable. There are clear legal duties on employers to ensure healthcare workers handling hazardous medicinal products are properly protected at all times. I understand that the Health and Safety Executive is actively reviewing whether any further action or clearer guidance is needed, and I'm sure that the Department will come forward with an update on that at some point in the future.
Will Foster.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Royal Mail is failing my constituents in Woking. Letters arriving late. As a result, hospital appointments are being missed. We've even had travel documents arriving on the day of departure. When I raised these concerns with Royal Mail directly, they took 5 months to send me a wholly inadequate reply, and it wasn't even lost in the post. Please will the government ensure that a statement is made announcing real consequences for the Royal Mail for them failing their statutory duties?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The honourable gentleman raises again an important matter. And I know that Royal Mail does listen closely to these sessions, and I hope that they've heard what he has said this morning. The Business and Trade Committee have previously called Royal Mail into Parliament over their performance, and I know that the Secretary of State takes these matters very seriously. So I hope that the Royal Mail is listening. And if the honourable gentleman seeks a meeting with the relevant minister to make his points, then I'll help him to arrange that meeting.
Butler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've been working with the Met Police in regards to stolen mobile phones. We're making some progress, but the mobile phone companies need to be held to the account, and the Met Commissioner is now calling on the government to introduce legislation to ensure that mobile phone companies implement a kill switch, so that if mobile phones are stolen, that they're not valuable. Will the Leader of the House make time, government time, so we can discuss this matter and pursue legislation?
Leader. Thank you, Mr Speaker. And there are important developments in these matters with the Met Police working with the mobile phone companies, because they are absolutely crucial in supporting the delivery of this, and I'm sure they want to do so to make it safer going forward and less worthwhile for people to steal phones. I will raise the matter with the relevant minister and see if we can get an update for the House on what the plan is and then what further measures we can do going forward.
Andrew Ross.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. As the Leader of the House is only too well aware, there's been a big political change in Havering with a new Reform Council and 23 Reform Councillors elected in my constituency. Yet, despite that, outer Greater London boroughs are still subjected to the London Labour plan of the Mayor, mandating boroughs like mine to pursue astronomical building targets, necessitating huge high-rise buildings which don't fit with a town like Romford. So, will he make time for a debate on the floor of the House regarding these disproportionate plans, so that local people in areas like mine have the autonomy and a stronger voice, enabling them to defend their way of life and the character of our town and country borough?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And as the honourable gentleman showed last week, he's very keen, and I understand his keenness to say what happened at the local elections in his patch and the Romford reform victory. But as I did point out to him, get his campaigning shoes out, because Reform councillors sometimes discover that they don't want to be councillors, or they can't be councillors. There's often one taken away by one authority or another, which makes them ineligible to be councillors going forward. But collectively across the country, they usually underperform and let people down. So I would prepare. I congratulate them for their success in the local elections, but I would prepare for by-elections, as we're seeing elsewhere in the country, particularly when local residents find out what they've actually done. He raised the point about Greater London last week, and nothing has changed between last week and this week, that his area is still part of Greater London, and therefore subject to that. If he wishes to campaign, and it's a fair thing to do, and I know he's done it when he sat over there, He's done it. He's done it in order to get an independent voice, and he will always be an independent voice for his area. I know that he will, but it's still part of the same setup. But the wider point really is very tempting to go down the route of the politics of division, but it's not very helpful to go down that route, and I would urge caution.
Adam Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Local sisters in Breaston are seeking to turn the former Hidden Ivy Garden Centre into a new nursery to provide much-needed childcare for local families, but they face lengthy and costly change of use process, including the requirement for a professional bat survey. While proper environmental protections are important, Mr. Speaker, many small community projects are being discouraged by burdensome planning requirements and excessive costs. Will the Leader of the House then make time for a debate on planning rules surrounding change of use applications and the barriers they create for great projects like this proposed new nursery in Breaston?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I agree with my honourable friend, and the government agrees with him, that there must be a balance between planning rules and practicality. And we did consult on changes to the National Planning Policy Framework to emphasise the need for proportionality on these matters. And through the Nature Restoration Fund, we'll also remove the need for site-by-site approaches to mitigation to support protected species at the strategic level. My honourable friend may wish to raise this directly with ministers at MHCLG questions on Monday to get the latest thinking.
Lorraine Beagles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Across the country, children's football teams don't often have access to a toilet. This issue disproportionately affects girls. And I've been told that girls in my constituency have now stopped playing football because they can't use the loo. Will the Leader of the House help make time in the chamber to discuss my constituent Natalie's campaign calling for the provision of these essential facilities?
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right to raise this matter. She's a champion for sports and inclusion. I'm sorry to hear of the experience of some girls in her constituency. The government is committed to ensuring that everyone has access to high-quality grassroots sports facilities. They're such an important part of our local communities, and we're investing £85 million in those facilities to increase participation, particularly, Mr. Speaker, amongst women and girls, and that includes providing funding for clubhouses and changing rooms, and I hope that clubs will pay attention to that and make that a success. But I would encourage my honourable friend to raise this matter at DCMS questions next week.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A constituent of mine runs a small specialist defence and security business in my patch, which carried out £250,000 worth of work on a nationally significant submarine disposal programme for the Submarine Delivery Agency during a contract renewal period. The work was accepted and used, as has happened at contract boundary times, on 7 occasions in the past 4 years, but this time payments not being made on the grounds that no purchase order was issued. Would the Leader of the House ask the Defence Secretary to look into the agency's failure to pay for this work, which was delivered, was accepted, and even though it's the agency lead and all operational stakeholders have said the work was of value and should be compensated, and could he arrange for my constituent and me to have a meeting with the relevant minister to resolve the matter of this outstanding bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this government is absolutely committed to ensuring that we use British business wherever possible for our contracts. I'm sorry to hear of the experiences of the honourable lady's constituents. I will raise the matter with the Secretary of State if she gives me the details later. And from that, should a meeting be necessary, then I'm sure we can help to arrange one.
Hello, Donna Moore.
Speaker, abandoned caravans are causing an eyesore across Hastings, particularly along St Helens Road and Cinque Ports Way, where they're being treated as a dumping ground, and it's very frustrating for local residents, and the police tell me they're getting higher levels of antisocial behaviour in these areas. For the past 18 months, I've been writing to East Sussex County Council, run by Reform, and Hastings Borough Council, run by the Greens, urging them to take action on this issue. But instead, they are dragging their heels and not using the Highways Act, Section 143 powers, to take action on this issue. I want to get this issue sorted for local residents. So I'm going to be organising a meeting with the 2 local councils, with local residents, and hear what the local councils are going to do to sort this out and try and knock heads together to get it sorted. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that the local councils must treat this issue with the urgency it deserves for local residents?
Yes, I do, Mr Speaker, and my honourable friend raises an important matter. And I'm concerned that she's not got the engagement from the councils that they should be offering. I hope that they do respond with the seriousness that this warrants, taking an active role in ensuring that the problems are sorted out on behalf of residents. But unfortunately, this is yet again further evidence of Reform Councils underperforming.
Chris Law.
Mr Speaker, the democratically elected majority of the Scottish Parliament has once again voted in favour of holding a referendum on Scottish independence. Therefore, the UK Government simply cannot continue to ignore the demands of the Scottish people and hope they'll go away. So can we have a statement from the Government how they plan to implement the democratic wishes of the people of Scotland, outlining the democratic route and timetable for the independence referendum that they voted for?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There's no change in the position of this Government and therefore no need for the statement that the honourable gentleman is asking for.
Jeff Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Manchester City Council has done a great job in recent years bringing empty homes back into use, but there are still too many properties sitting empty while people need accommodation. So will the Leader of the House join me in welcoming the Council's latest campaign to tackle this issue and in encouraging Manchester residents to report long-term empty properties to the Empty Homes team at the Council website? And can we have time for a debate on this in this place and what more we can do to bring empty homes back into use?
Leader. Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I certainly welcome the approach of the local council because the Government shares the ambition of wanting to see more empty homes brought back into use. Local authorities have access to a range of powers and incentives to bring empty homes back into use, including grant funding and levers to take ownership of a property. We've also implemented high street rental auctions, bringing long-term vacant high street properties back into use. And in the King's Speech, Mr Speaker, we announced legislation to bring further reforms to housing, including the improvement of the stock of social housing. So I look forward to this Government working with the local council and indeed other local councils to take this issue forward.
Phil Gilmore.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I have a constituent whose 15-year-old daughter is living with acute functional neurological disorder, a too often misunderstood condition that has profoundly diminished her quality of life. Despite the severity of her symptoms, the pair have been refused disability living allowance and receive no support, whether through carers allowance or otherwise. Will the Leader of the House find space for a debate in Government time on the urgent need to establish a critical pathway and improve support for people living with functional neurological disorder and to raise the profile of this very debilitating condition?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. If the Honourable Lady gives me details of that case, I'll certainly raise it with Government colleagues because she's right to raise these matters, which will be of huge concern to the family. If she wishes a meeting with the relevant minister to explain why such a pathway is necessary and why such change is necessary, then I'll help her to arrange that meeting.
Josh Dean.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I was delighted when this Labour Government supported Church Street GP surgery in Bishop Stortford with the funding needed for much-needed improvements last year. And I recently had the opportunity to visit Church Street surgery and see how their modern improvements are delivering for patients and supporting staff to expand capacity firsthand. We know that bricks and mortar are not the sum total of our health service, it's the people on the ground who make it happen. So will the Leader of the House join me in thanking Dr Sian Stanley, Lee Evans, Sarah Carter and everyone at Church Street, not only for delivering this project, but keeping the surgery open for more than 16,000 patients while work was ongoing.
Leader. Thank you, Mr Speaker. It's heartening to hear of the success of schemes in local areas to make sure that local people have access to local services. And I certainly pay tribute to and thank everyone involved in making this a success in my honourable friend's constituency.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The rebuild of the Royal Berkshire Hospital has been delayed twice, 6 years by the Conservatives and 7 years by this Government. At Prime Minister's questions, the Leader of the Liberal Democrats, the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton, asked if the Government were considering slashing the hospital building programme to fund the Defence Investment Plan and did not receive an answer. So will the Leader make time for a statement to the House to find out the Government's intention to fund both the new hospital building programme and our national defence?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And the honourable gentleman will know that the Prime Minister was very clear at Prime Minister's questions, which is that we are putting more money into the health service. However, we're not able to always move with the speed that the situation demands, not least because we inherited a whole series of plans from the previous government which were simply not funded at all. And we're making sure that where plans exist, that the funding exists too. But the Prime Minister was very clear, it's not a choice between funding the NHS or funding defence. We intend to fund both of them properly.
Kirstine Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In March, I met with Women's Health Minister Barnes Merrin to discuss how women's voices must be central to policy making and clinical care, and I was glad to see this clearly reflected in the refreshed women's health strategy. However, after the Holyrood election, the role of the Scottish Minister for Women's Health was abolished and a single dedicated voice on women's health was lost. Will the leader make time for a debate on women's health inequalities across the UK and the need to centre women's voices in their care?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend has been a champion for women's health issues, particularly as chair of the endometriosis all-party group, and I pay tribute to her for that. The news that she brings is disappointing. Our renewed strategy will tackle the issues that women face every day and ensure that no woman is left behind in fighting to be heard. I'd encourage you to apply for a Westminster Hall or adjournment debate to allow other honourable members to share their views on this matter. But in terms of the decision by the Scottish Government not to continue with that particular role and that job, that's a matter for that government. But I have to say, it does show their priority, or in this case, their lack of priority.
John Milne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I have submitted a series of precise written questions to the Minister for Trade to confirm whether or not the terms of licences for UK arms exports to Israel are being adhered to. Each time I've received an evasive answer. I am driven to conclude that if the Minister is correct that he is genuinely unable to usefully answer any of these questions, then he must also admit that he has no clue about the final use of sensitive military materials, which would mean that the whole notion of government control over arms exports is an illusion. Will the Leader of the House therefore grant a debate so that we can establish once and for all if the UK arms export rules, whether to Israel or anywhere else, are doing the job they're supposed to do?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think, with respect, the honourable gentleman may be jumping to the wrong conclusion on these matters, but he's been around long enough to know that if he doesn't get the answer that he wants first time, or indeed second time, how we can keep that going. But it's also up to him that if he wants to hear directly from ministers on these matters and put those questions to them, then there are adjournment debates and Westminster Hall debates, and I'm sure from across the House there would be a lot of interest in that.
Mary Glendon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The North East has the highest number of young people not in education, employment or training anywhere in the country, 64,000 in total. I recently joined the CSJ and Fenwick, Newcastle, for a big listen with 120 employers and frontline charities, all committed to tackling this crisis. The CSG will publish its findings later in the year alongside the Miliband review. So will the Leader of the House make time for a debate on youth inactivity and ensure the House has an opportunity to consider these recommendations?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for raising the issue of Nietzsche. She's a great champion for her constituency and indeed the region that we share. She's also a great champion for young people in that area. The government is committed, as she knows, to taking action, including the biggest reforms to apprenticeships in a decade and extending our youth guarantee. But as she suggests, there is more to be done. We will use Alan Miliband's interim report to build on our reforms, and we look forward to receiving the full recommendations in the autumn. When that happens, as I've said earlier in this session, then the government will obviously want to update the House and I'm sure find time for a debate on these matters.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Again, it's a pleasure to bring that issue to this House for the Leader of the House to look at. Will the Leader of the House ask the Foreign Secretary to make a statement on the protection of religious leaders in Colombia, following reports that some 11 religious leaders have been assassinated extrajudicially executed, forcibly disappeared or kidnapped since 2024, and on whether the government will raise the restoration of protection measures for vulnerable faith leaders with the Colombian authorities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As ever, the honourable gentleman raises a serious issue on the freedom of religion and belief, and the particular events that he refers to are exceptionally concerning. The UK is committed to defending freedom of religion and belief for all. I would encourage him, as I'm sure he will, raise this issue at Foreign Office questions next week, so he can put it directly to ministers, but I will also take it up with the department and ensure that he gets the response that he needs.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hatfield is a vibrant town and we have much to be proud of, but we have a very serious antisocial behaviour problem in the Parkhouse Court area of the town. Daytime drinking, visible drug use, but compounded by the fact that this is all happening just yards away from Safari Star's nursery. It is completely unacceptable. I've been to visit twice. I've raised it with the Chief Inspector, the leader of the council, but things are not moving quickly enough, particularly in relation to the need for a public space protection order to give the police the powers they need to move these people on and sanction them. So would the Leader of the House make time for a debate on how we can expedite the establishment of a public space protection order, especially when there is a risk to children?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And what my honourable friend raises is deeply concerning. Local agencies already have strong powers, including public space protection orders to address persistent antisocial behaviour and to protect communities. It is for those local agencies to determine whether their use is appropriate. But I hope that they've heard what he said today as he stands up, quite rightly stands up for his constituents. We're also, Madam Deputy Speaker, strengthening penalties for breaches of PSPOs through the Crime and Policing Act.
Nadia returns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 21st of May, the Government laid the EHRC's draft Code of Practice for services, public functions and associations. Since then, a litany of trans-led organisations, human rights groups, charities and trade unions have come out in opposition, citing the harm it poses to trans people, the contradictions it contains, and how unworkable it will be to implement. Last week, I tabled EDM 240, which would disapprove the draft Code of Practice. This is the mechanism set out in the Equality Act for MPs to be able to prevent the code from coming into force. In less than 2 weeks, 128 MPs have signed, almost 1 in 5, making it the most signed EDM since the last general election, and it's supported by trans-led organisations, Amnesty International, Unison, the GMB and ASLEF. Would the Leader of the House not agree that this level of widespread cross-party concern warrants the code being debated and voted on, and will the government allocate time to do so?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I am aware of the high level of interest in this matter. I'm also aware of my honourable friend's long-standing campaigning and commitment on these issues, and I pay tribute to her for that. As she knows, there are established mechanisms available to members to seek debates, including, as she's alluded to, praying against particular measures. I'm sure that she'll want to press further with the usual channels on not just that matter, but also other ways in which these matters can be discussed in the House.
Sonia Kumar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 1 in 4 women and 1 in 6 men experience domestic abuse in their lifetime. In this place, Members of Parliament's employees, over 4,000 staff, yet these remain minimal protections for those staff who are victims of domestic abuse. And I want to thank Mr Speaker for our meeting yesterday to discuss strengthening this policy in this House. Will the Leader of the House join my campaign to encourage every MP's office to adopt a robust domestic abuse policy and offer training to staff so that we can safeguard our staff from domestic abuse?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is right to bring this to the House today, and it takes tremendous courage for victims of domestic abuse often to seek help. And I know that she's been is an assiduous campaigner on the implementation of a formal domestic policy for all Parliament officers, and I certainly join her in that regard. She may wish to raise this specific matter with the Member Services team, who I understand provide members' officers with the best practice safeguarding advice.
Mark Sewards.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Growing numbers of my constituents have been contacting me about e-bikes and e-scooters. Now, they know the law, and they know it's not being enforced on pavements, in parks and public spaces. And so clearly, there's a need for a debate in this area. So will the Leader of the House grant one, not just on the state of the law with regards to e-bikes and e-scooters, but on whether the police have the resources they need to enforce the law?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right to champion these concerns on behalf of his constituents. The police do have a number of powers to seize e-scooters and e-bikes being used illegally or antisocially. We will be consulting further shortly and are committed to pursuing legislative reform in due course. But as my honourable friend points out, it's not just a question of the legislation, it's about using that legislation too. Were he to seek a Westminster Hall debate or an adjournment debate, I'm sure that he could put his frustration and his concerns directly to the relevant minister.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Portsmouth is home to one of the largest concentration of Royal Navy personnel, I regularly hear from service families and charities supporting them that 2 weeks paternity leave is simply not enough, particularly when deployments can mean missing the birth of a child or losing the chance to have their leave meaningfully. With allies such as the United States now offering significantly more generous paid parental leave arrangements, will the Leader of the House grant time for a debate on reforming parental leave for service personnel and addressing the impact of deployment on family life?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, I thank my honourable friend for bringing this matter to the House. Access to good parental leave is vital to create those initial family bonds, and I thank my honourable friend for raising this matter in relation to our brave Navy personnel. I am aware that the question of increasing paternity leave is currently being reviewed within the Ministry of Defence, and I'll make sure that the relevant ministers heard her contribution and get back to her with a relevant response.
Ewan Steinbank.
Powering Futures are a fantastic social enterprise based in Falkirk. Their challenge programme every year invites pupils to tackle real-life workplace challenges and matches them with workplace mentors from local businesses. The Leader of the House joined me in congratulating Braes High and St Mungo's High pupils James, Josh and Gabriella, who won Ken Muir Awards for exceptional displays of problem-solving, communication and teamwork skills through the programme. And can we schedule a debate on government time on the role social enterprises like Powering Futures can have in tackling youth unemployment, especially in Scotland?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is absolutely right in raising the concerns of James, Josh, Gabriella, and I join him in that, but also the other students at Braes and St Mungo's. And I also thank Powering Futures for their important work. As he knows, we are committed to turning around the broken system we inherited and getting more young people into work. And I'd encourage him to join up with other members, some of whom have raised these issues today, perhaps to look at a backbench business debate going forward, so that he can not just talk about his constituents and how proud he is of the campaigning that they're doing, but look to the future to see what further action needs to be taken.
And the final question, Dr Scott Arthur.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. One of my favourite schools in Edinburgh South West is Balerno High School, so it was great to visit them last week to celebrate them getting gold status as a UNICEF Rights Respecting School. This is the second time the young people at the school have won this award, and they were absolutely delighted, so much so that they shared some bacon with me. At a time when tensions are so high right across the UK in our communities, I think our schools are doing fantastic work to create a more inclusive, respectful society. Does the Leader of the House agree with me that it's time we had a debate in this House about the role of the Rights Respecting School programme in creating that more inclusive society, to both celebrate its successes and understand how we can build on them?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as an honorary kindness ambassador, I know that's quite hard for some to believe, but it's true. I do agree that it is very important to celebrate the contribution of schools to public life and the work of the Rights Respecting Schools programme. And as he points out, schools are often taking leadership in local communities in these matters and help to take parents and others with them, and it's right that they do so. So for Balerno High School to achieve gold status not once but twice is certainly impressive, and I pay tribute to everything that they're doing.
That concludes business questions. Point of order, Dr Alpinkerton.
I'm grateful, Madam Deputy Speaker. As you know, and as members across this House know, there has been widespread speculation in the press and in this House over the last 24 to 48 hours that either the Prime Minister
or the Secretary of State for Defence will announce the Defence Investment Plan in either whole or large part tomorrow on a non-sitting day and a non-parliamentary location. I wonder whether you, Madam Deputy Speaker, would be able to advise this House on the correct protocols for announcing such nationally consequential measures. What should our expectations as members of this chamber be? And is there anything that we can do as a House to compel the government to make nationally significant announcements here, where a democratic scrutiny can immediately follow?
I thank the honourable member for giving notice of his point of order. Mr Speaker has made his views on this matter very clear. The Defence Investment Plan is a matter of great interest to members across the House. The government's own ministerial code makes clear that important policy announcements should be made in the first instance to this House when it is sitting. If that does not happen, I'm sure Mr Speaker would look favourably at any requests from members to raise the matter with ministers at the earliest opportunity in the House. I'll now give a few moments for the front benches to swap over. And we now come to the general debate on the legacy of Joe Cox, and I call the Minister Alison McGovern to move.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I beg to move, in the name of the Prime Minister on the order paper, the debate on the name of the Prime Minister on the order paper on the legacy of Joe Cox MP. Madam Deputy Speaker, it is an honour to move this debate on behalf of the Government. I thank Joe's family for being with us yesterday in Downing Street and for their incredible leadership and friendship. Throughout the past decade, Madam Deputy Speaker, they have all been an inspiration. Their tenacity and their guts have given us all strength, and Joe's children are more than a credit to her. I thank the member for Spen Valley, my friend, for everything. I thank her for her sheer, unrelenting energy. I thank her for deciding to come here, stepping into public life in circumstances that most of us can't even comprehend. I thank her for her dogged persistence on everything from the importance of physical activity for all to loneliness and community and access to green spaces. I thank her for building Joe's legacy and for securing this debate today. I am conscious that we meet today with events in Belfast causing fear and distress for affected children and their families. Hateful rhetoric is never just words, Madam Deputy Speaker. It has consequences. And I'm thinking of all of those who are dealing with the consequences, those who are hurt and those who are helping to care for people who need it. I give way to someone.
Grateful to the Minister for giving way. I did not serve in this Parliament at the same time as Joe Cox, but I have served in this Parliament at the same time as my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley. And I just want to recognise on behalf of myself and the number of cross-party MPs that I work with and engage with, and that the honourable member for Spen Valley does, that she really does embody the legacy of her sister in terms of that cross-party more unites than divides us, and it's an honour to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for her words, which are absolutely spot on. 10 years ago next week, I was in Portcullis House next door when I received a message from the now Chancellor of the Exchequer telling me that our friend, Joe Cox, the then member for Batley and Spen, had been murdered in her constituency. It remains the worst moment of my life in politics. That someone so courageous and strong, someone small in stature but enormous in spirit, should be killed like that is as horrific today as it was in that moment. At the time of her killing, her loved ones and her friends decided it was she who should be talked about, not the person who killed her. Her life, her work, her beliefs are important. Helping her murderer achieve any notoriety is not. Today, we meet to put her legacy again on the record. Jo was a parliamentarian for just a year, but her life before becoming an MP had been so adventurous and so full, and she had already seriously influenced politics. So there is much about her whole life to talk about today.
Madam Deputy Speaker, first of all, can I commend the Minister for bringing this forward and leading the speech and debate. I can recall well the Friday morning, I think it was in my constituency office, as the news broke, and I had immediately penned a letter, because at that stage Joe was still with us, although injured. I'd hardly finished the letter to unfortunately the sad news came through to say that she'd passed away. So to her sister, to all her family, we very much think of her, and our thoughts are with them, prayers are with them as well. But we always remember, as the Honourable Lady says, in each one in this House, I can't be here for the debate because I'm leading a debate in Westminster Hall, so I want to put these words on record. I admired her for her courage, I admired her for her advocacy for her constituents. No one doubted her determination. When she spoke, we were always moved by what she had to say. And today, 10 years later, we still remember her with a fondness. Thank you.
Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you. And on behalf of all of us in this House who have ever received the kindness of a letter from the Honourable Gentleman, can I just say to him that he embodies the more in common spirit, and we are so grateful for him for doing so. So, whether you are inspired, as we all are, by Jo's work in international development, travelling around the world to stand up for women in the most dangerous environments, or the impressive physical challenges she undertook, or the manner in which she included people, whatever their backgrounds or beliefs, this is a story of a woman whose life may have been cut short, but whose contribution will be remembered and will continue always. And I know members across the House will share their own stories today, and I encourage them all to do so with joy. For my part, I will never forget being sat on those benches there during a turbulent time in Labour politics, when Jo showed leadership on the horrors in Syria, when far too many others equivocated or looked the other way. I'll never forget her sense of humour and fun, or her unrelenting hope that there was always something we could do. Much has been achieved in her name and in that spirit in 10 years, from the Jo Cox Women in Leadership graduates to the thousands of people who've been along to a great get-together. Her impact on the people of this country has never weakened.
I'm grateful to the Minister for giving way. Jo was an absolute shining star of our 2015 intake, and she was loved by us all and missed and remembered every day. But I'm pleased that the Minister mentioned Jo's work on Syria, which the Minister herself was involved in, and it just gives me the opportunity to mention that we worked together on that, and the fact that she is remembered, not just by the people in this House, but by people around this country. The Syrian diaspora community in Manchester, I know through my work with them, remember Jo very fondly. She's remembered by them and all the other vulnerable communities that she stood up for so passionately and so brilliantly.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm so grateful to my friend for making that intervention, because you do not visit the Syrian community in Manchester without talking about Jo. She had that impact on them. Her foundation has led the way in campaigning for decency and civility in politics and taking forward Jo's pioneering work to achieve a public policy response to the loneliness epidemic. The Foundation have also worked in West Yorkshire to maintain the local constituency community work Jo did in Batley and Spen and beyond. Jo's concern for civilians, as we've said, in the face of horrendous war, led her to become the co-chair of the all-party Parliamentary Friends of Syria group with the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite me. In her 104 contributions in the House of Commons, she was a constant voice for the child refugees pouring out of the hellhole that Syria had become. She pioneered use in this House of urgent questions, particularly from the backbenches, to harry the government into action. With terrible conflict raging, threatening the lives of children and other civilians, we can only imagine how much more forceful the response of the House of Commons to these horrors would have been if Jo had remained here. Notwithstanding that, there are Syrian refugees alive and safe today because of Jo. That is a lesson to all of us about the opportunity we have to speak up in the face of outrage and indignity. And in addition to that, in the form of the Jo Cox Memorial Grants, her legacy reached around the world, helping 85,000 people, empowering women and preventing identity-based violence. And at her home in Batley and Spen, the 10th Run for Jo will also bring people together again for a day of fun and celebration. Madam Deputy Speaker, all these good things happened because of Jo. They didn't happen because she died. They happened because she lived. Her love was felt so far and so wide, and so is her legacy. Now, members will have their own contributions to make today, and I'm looking forward to hearing them all, memories and moments they wish to share. So I'll finish for this moment thanking the member for Spen Valley once again for securing this debate, and for all of those across this country who are determined that Jo's legacy will go on, always.
The question is that this House has considered the legacy of Jo Cox. I call leading for the opposition, Sir Andrew Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to speak opposite the Honourable Lady, with whom I have worked extensively over many years on international development, thereby demonstrating one of Jo's core beliefs more in common. And the Honourable Lady, who spoke so movingly about Jo and encapsulated perfectly the essence of who she was and what a politician should be: decent, principled, clear and determined. And I'm delighted to see the Honourable Member for Spen Valley, who has secured this debate in her place. She exhibits all of Jo's brilliant qualities in fighting for the causes to which she is devoted, such as assisted dying, on which I'm proud to work alongside her. And the whole House recognises that on this very divisive issue, she showed incredible decency and probity in the way in which she pursued it. I can't quite believe, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we are commemorating a whole decade since Jo's life was brutally cut short. And 10 years on, it is just as painful to comprehend. Jo was both my colleague and my friend. We were different in our politics and backgrounds, but on the issues that we were both passionate about, we moved in lockstep. Like the Honourable Lady, I remember exactly where I was when the horrific event took place. Our paths first crossed when we marched together against injustice in Darfur through the centre of London. Subsequently, I met her in Sudan, in Darfur, in 2006 on 2 separate visits, one of which included the then leader of the opposition, David Cameron. Jo was a huge presence all those years ago, and I remember her also for her trademark scarves. I marvelled at the way she discharged her role at Oxfam in Sudan, supporting women and children and helping secure water for the thousands of refugees living in camps. I still wear the green wristband she gave me then as a reminder of the desperate plight of people caught up in what President Bush rightly described as a genocide. And yet today, 20 years later, Sudan is still in crisis, with ethnic cleansing practiced with impunity. Whereas 20 years ago, the international community, through the United Nations and the African Union, put military forces on the ground to stop it, sadly today, unbridled barbarism continues in plain sight, and the international community is doing nothing to stop it. And I'm sure the whole House will be grateful to the honourable member, our honourable friend, for leading a debate in Westminster Hall later today. Shortly after her election in 2015, Jo asked me whether we could team up to run a new all-party group, Friends of Syria. Without hesitation, I agreed. Syria was ablaze. She knew that I took a great interest in the Syrian refugee crisis from the backbenches, watching with despair as a situation which the Honourable Lady described so well got worse and worse. Jo was determined to use her experience and expertise to champion the dispossessed and felt we might be well paired to campaign together. And as she said in her maiden speech back in 2015, we are far more united and have far more in common with each other than the things that divide us. And we would do well to reflect on her words and especially her character. Fearless determination, unintimidated by tribal political pressures, putting the greater good above personal ambition, placing policy above party. And Jo and I worked closely together for a year until she was murdered. I loved every minute of it. We had a rather useful good cop, bad cop routine. Unusually for me, I found myself as the good cop. Needless to say, Jo relished the bad cop role, especially when confronting the villains of the piece. And believe me when I say she took no prisoners. On one occasion, we were taking tea with the Russian ambassador to remonstrate about the appalling crimes committed in Aleppo in Syria. The ambassador had recently complained to the Foreign Office that in the house here I had compared Russia's bombing of Aleppo to the Nazi bombing of Guernica during the Spanish Civil War. During the meeting, Jo did most of the hardball talking. And at the end of that, she had triumphantly reduced a seasoned diplomat to incoherence, laying bare his inability to defend the indefensible. I very much doubt he will ever forget that meeting. Today, we need more people like Jo. The climate 10 years after her murder is even more febrile and more divided. We have all seen the shocking events of this recently. And we must not forget that in the end, Jo was a tragic victim of those divisions. Her murder sent shockwaves through us all, and yet lessons have not been learnt. A few years later, the wonderful Sir David Amess paid the same price. And we must not forget also the MPs who were murdered before: Airy Neve in 1979, Robert Bradford in 1981, Anthony Berry in 1948, and my beloved friend and colleague Ian Gow on Monday, the 30th of July 1990, as he left his home at the Doghouse in Hankham near Eastbourne to serve his constituents, all murdered by terrorists while serving their constituents. Today, we are witnessing more and more the consequences of polarisation wrought by fear and cynical exploitation. Divisions are growing, principled politicians are declining, and yet this debate underlines that in these dark days there is more that unites us, and that so much of the work we do in this place is not characterised by division. Jo would have been appalled by Boris Johnson's decision, first to vaporise DFID, and second to slash the development budget. I suspect that she would have been even more incandescent to learn that a Labour government had gone even further. I have no doubt in my mind that were she alive today, she would have fought tooth and nail to stop it from happening. Unfortunately, very few people have put their heads above the parapet for reasons we all understand: fear of missing out on promotions, facing demotions, and of generally rocking the boat. Politics is a fragile business.
On that point,
I will.
I thank my right honourable friend for giving way. The importance of international development aid cannot be understated. And would he agree with me that I recognise the need for a nation to be prepared to defend itself against all threats from outside and from within, but the funding for that should not come from international development aid? Would you agree with me on that?
Well, yes, Deputy Speaker, I do agree with him. And of course, development funding, international development, is the other side of the defence coin. And the two work together, and the role of soft power is enormously important in preventing conflict and war. So I do agree with him, and I see that the Leader of the House is with us today in this debate, and I hope very much that he will restore the old custom that once a year there should be a debate on international development in the House, in government time. When I next have a chance to get in on business questions, I shall perhaps ask him whether he will consider that. Madam Deputy Speaker, the passage of time will never erase Jo's memory, legacy, and her profound impact on those who had the pleasure of knowing and loving and working with her. I am looking forward to hearing contributions from many honourable members as we all take comfort in the memory of a truly wonderful human being.
I call Kim Leadbeater.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister and the Shadow Minister for their beautiful and thoughtful opening remarks today. And thank you to colleagues and friends from across the House for attending today during what I know is a very busy time in politics. It was ever thus. Thank you also to the many colleagues who have contacted me to let me know that sadly they couldn't be here due to other commitments. Your messages have been gratefully received. So today, 10 years since her murder, we gather to remember Jo. Jo Cox. Yes, the MP. And that's how many people do and always will think of her. But whilst being an MP is, of course, a very important job, Jo, like all of us, was so much more. She was a daughter, a mum, a wife, a colleague, a friend to many in this place and far beyond. And she was my sister. She was a very special person who embodied compassion, courage, and an unwavering belief in the goodness of people. A woman who dedicated her life to public service, to fighting injustice, and to bringing people together. Helen Joanne Leadbeater, I know, who knew, was born at Dewsbury District Hospital in West Yorkshire in 1974. She didn't come from privilege or political dynasty. She came from ordinary roots, and she carried with her throughout her life a deep understanding of ordinary people's struggles, hopes and fears. We had a great childhood, nothing fancy or posh, but we were always surrounded by love, family and friendship. We had two wonderful parents who gave us the freedom and space to find our own way in life, but the support and stability to develop the confidence to do so. We had a close-knit family and a wide-ranging group of friends. And of course, we had each other. And I've reflected a lot on our childhood over the last decade, and I am so lucky to have an abundance of happy memories. The early years, walking to school, climbing trees, pretending we were in the A-team, making up dance routines to Wham, and playing out until it was dark and we got called in for our tea. The teenage years and beyond, exams, holidays, parties, boyfriends, and on more than one occasion I've been very grateful that there were no camera phones back then. Or I'm not sure either of us, or maybe any of us, would have ever had a career in public life. We certainly had plenty of fun. But Jo and I also had instilled in us a core set of values and beliefs. Our parents taught us to treat everybody with respect, kindness and empathy. Simple principles like treating people how you would wish to be treated, listening to different views and perspectives, compromising when necessary, and agreeing to disagree. And sometimes, in true Yorkshire style, if you haven't got anything good to say, then just keep your gob shut. But these things weren't drilled into us. They were more inherently included as part of everyday life, and they stayed with us both throughout our lives. We were always both incredibly interested in other people and always had lots of questions when we met someone new. From a young age, we took great pleasure in hearing stories of people from a wide range of backgrounds. The differences were not a focus, but nor were they invisible. They were there to be cherished and celebrated. And Jo was genuinely one of the nicest people you could hope to meet. But she wasn't naturally confident. She was actually very shy when we were kids. And I'm always really honest about this when I speak to people, particularly young people and often women, because I think sometimes when we see successful people in public life, we assume that they've always been really confident and self-assured, with no self-doubts or hang-ups or anxieties. But in my experience, that is often not the case. Certainly not for me, and it certainly wasn't for Jo. When we were teenagers, she would ask me to ring up to order the takeaway or to check the bus timetable. And over the years, she worked incredibly hard to overcome her fears and doubts. And she made no secret of the difficulties she had settling into life at Cambridge University. As a working-class northerner, it felt like a world away from life in West Yorkshire, much like this place in many ways. We missed each other desperately and both felt acutely lonely. But in true Jo style, she stuck it out and battled on, and she was very grateful for the education that she received, and I think, more importantly, the strong friendships she made. Before entering Parliament, Jo spent years working on humanitarian causes, helping vulnerable people around the world. She worked for organisations that sought to alleviate poverty, defend human rights and support those devastated by conflict and disaster. Her politics were never rooted in power or glory, they were rooted in empathy and humanity. And when she became the MP for Batley and Spen in 2015, she brought that same humanity into public life. She spoke passionately about loneliness, inequality, refugees and community cohesion. She believed politics should improve lives, not inflame hatred. And perhaps her most famous words from her maiden speech in this place capture her entire philosophy. Her belief, as has been said, that we are far more united and have far more in common than that which divides us. It speaks to something essential about our society, something in recent times we seem to be seriously at risk of forgetting. Now, I could talk all day about how great Jo was, and she really was, but you only need to look at the many tributes that came in from across the world when she was killed to see that for yourself. But it's always very important for me to remember that it was Jo, and more specifically her murder, that brought me to this place and all of us together today. Jo was murdered on the 16th of June 2016, just 1 week before the Brexit referendum and a week before her 42nd birthday. Jo had worked in some of the world's most dangerous countries, but she was not killed in some distant place, not in a war zone, but on the streets of her constituency, while carrying out her democratic duty as an elected representative, 10 minutes from where we live. Jo's murder shocked the nation. It horrified the world. It left our family utterly bereft, and it left 2 small children without their mum. And if I may say so, Madam Deputy Speaker, those children are, of course, Jo's most important legacy. And I'm delighted to report that they are doing brilliantly. They are very like Jo in so many ways, and they are annoyingly good at everything. They're musical, they're sporty, they're academic, and they're really nice human beings. When they come up to Yorkshire, we try and find something we can beat them at, and we fail every time. They are very much in my thoughts today and every day. And as a family, we have ensured that they have been bathed in love for the last 10 years, just as Jo would have wished, and they are thriving as a result. We've worked incredibly hard as a family to stay positive and strong, and we've been supported by so many wonderful people who have done so many amazing things in Jo's name, which I will come on to. But this year, I feel we also need to address more directly why Jo was killed. We must be honest about the atmosphere in which Jo's murder took place. The Brexit referendum was one of the most divisive periods in modern British history. People were encouraged to see each other not as neighbours with differing opinions, but as enemies. Public discourse became increasingly toxic. Fear was weaponised. Anger became political currency. Complex issues were reduced to slogans, and compromise was portrayed as weakness. Of course, disagreement is part of democracy. Debate is healthy. Passion in politics is natural. Jo would be the first to say so. But what developed at that time went beyond disagreement, and it became something much darker. Social media amplified outrage. Politicians and commentators often chose confrontation over understanding because division attracted attention. Entire communities were fractured. Families argued, friendships broke down, trust in institutions collapsed, and in that climate, hatred found oxygen. I will.
And I'm so moved by her words about her sister, and I just commend her for her amazing bravery and courage to step into her sister's shoes and be an amazing MP for Batley and Spen. So thank you for your words. I was a contemporary, as some of you in this place may know, of Jo's at university. I'm just sorry that I knew people in common, but I didn't know her. But I fear that that division and hate that the Honourable Lady is just speaking about, which fuelled Jo's murder, continues to spread, and that the abuse and threats against MPs, if anything, is on the rise. And so I just wonder if the Honourable friend would agree that we must redouble our efforts to uphold civility in politics, to follow Jo's shining example, all members across this House. And I know the work continues, and I commend the work of the Jo Cox Foundation to support civility in our politics.
Thank you to my honourable friend for that intervention. As a fellow Yorkshire MP, it's lovely that you're here with us today, and I absolutely agree with what you've said. And you know, we reflect on that time in 2016, and to me, a lot of it is a blur. And I think to say that Brexit was responsible for Jo's murder would be simplistic, and it would be untrue. There's one individual who committed that heinous crime, a far-right neo-Nazi whose evil act was his and his alone. But things don't happen in a vacuum, and we cannot ignore the broader social and political atmosphere that surrounded it. Toxic rhetoric, scapegoating, and the dehumanisation of opponents all contributed to a society under immense strain. Words matter. The language we use in politics matters, because language shapes culture and culture shapes behaviour. When people are constantly told that others are traitors, enemies, invaders, or threats to the nation, eventually some individuals begin to believe that hostility and violence are justified. And tragically, we have seen that again in recent weeks and days. We must all call it out. And that is why remembering how and why Jo was killed matters so deeply. If we reduce her death to an isolated act, we learn nothing. If we refuse to examine the environment of anger and polarisation that surrounded it, then we fail both her memory and our democracy. And sadly, a decade later, many of the same forces are still with us, perhaps even stronger. Today, polarisation dominates public life. Across politics, media and online platforms, people are increasingly pushed into opposing camps. Nuance disappears, and every issue becomes a battle. Every disagreement becomes moral warfare. We see a growing blame culture in Britain. When the economy struggles, when public services let us down, when communities feel left behind, someone must be blamed. Migrants, politicians, the poor, the rich. The young blame the old blame the young, cities blame rural communities blame cities, and through all of this, we risk losing sight of our shared humanity. Social media algorithms reward outrage because outrage keeps people engaged. News cycles thrive on conflict because conflict generates clicks and views. Politicians can gain more support more easily by telling people who to fear than by offering difficult and complex long-term solutions. This constant division creates loneliness, mistrust, resentment and cynicism. It makes people feel unheard and angry. It encourages us to see one another not as fellow citizens, but as opponents to be defeated. This is dangerous for any democracy. A healthy society cannot survive if its people stop believing in one another. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I also want to pay tribute to Sir David Amis today. Another colleague and friend to many in this place who was murdered by an Islamist extremist in 2021. His family and friends have been very much in my thoughts in recent weeks. We cannot allow ourselves to be divided by the evil actions of ideological extremists, whatever sick views they are peddling. And so the question becomes, what do we do about it? How do we honour the memory of Jo, not just with words, but with action? Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the last 10 years, we have seen an abundance of action in Jo's name. In the face of the worst of humanity, we have seen the very best of it, in so many ways, including, of course, through the work of the Jo Cox Foundation, the charity set up in the months after Jo was killed by her family and friends. Working on issues as diverse as the protection of civilians in conflicts like Syria, the promotion of women in all aspects of public life, and it's great to see so many sisters here today, loneliness and isolation, and the related work to build closer and stronger communities at home and abroad. The trailblazing work that Jo started on loneliness resulted in the world's first ever Minister for Loneliness, my good friend now and colleague Tracy Crouch, and the first ever government strategy on loneliness. The UK is still seen as a world leader on this really important subject, and I would strongly urge the government to update the cross-departmental strategy to ensure that we do not lose that reputation. I will give way.
Honourable Lady very much for giving way. I'm sorry to say that I didn't know the Honourable Lady's sister because she sounds like a remarkable woman, but I am one of two sisters and I recognise very much the sort of family structure growing up that she describes. And I just wanted to say what a testament it is to Jo as a person, that having grown up in a family like that and known what the opposite of loneliness is, known what companionship and family is, that she thought first of people who didn't enjoy that. And I think it's a real testament to the person that she was.
My honourable colleague for that intervention, and you're absolutely right, it's a testament to Jo's empathy, something that we could all learn from in this House. And if I think about what happened in Jo's constituency of Batley and Spen after she was killed, an amazing group of volunteers came together under the More in Common banner to ensure that our community was not torn apart by Jo's murder. It's a non-political group made up of people from a wide variety of backgrounds who on the surface may appear to have very little in common. It's a strange, somewhat dysfunctional family, but it works, and we've seen groups like this across the country. And they achieve some fantastic things, which Jo would have loved. The Great Get Together is at the heart of this work and the perfect opportunity to demonstrate the More in Common ethos in action. I will give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and she's making an excellent speech, and your sister, or her sister, was an absolute legend. But I want to make a very light-hearted comment. Madam Deputy Speaker, as everybody knows, I'm the chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Beer. And I was really honoured this morning to stand with you behind the pumps of the Strangers Bar with a beer which has been made in memory of Jo Cox. And I have to say it is for sale in the bar. But it is testament to the people that she reached and the lives that she touched.
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. It was an absolute joy to be there, pulling a pint with you this morning in Straight. We didn't drink it, just to be clear. But you know what we've done through the Great Get Together beer, and I'm very grateful for everybody involved in that, is show the power of our pubs and our clubs and the venues that we all have in our constituencies, where people can come together, share a drink, share a conversation, cross those lines of division, and just have a good old time. Because again, the Great Get Together is also about having fun. And I would love, Madam Deputy Speaker, to remind colleagues that they are all invited to the event in Speaker's House next Wednesday after Prime Minister's questions, where we will have a great get-together event there. We'll be catered for by Batley's finest, Fox's Biscuits, and I do hope you can join me there. So thousands of events take place across the Great Get Together weekend. Friendships are formed, bridges are built, and communities are united in a way which is rarely seen. Nowhere more so than in Jo's beloved West Yorkshire. We've organised rugby matches, bake-offs, iftars, coffee mornings, and the annual Run for Jo, where hundreds of people run through the woods at Oakwell Hall in Birstall with live music, food and entertainment. And it's not about the running, it's about the coming together. Families, friends and strangers alike. And Madam Deputy Speaker, this year's Run for Jo takes place on Sunday the 21st of June, and the good news is you are all invited. I believe Madam Deputy Speaker will be over the moon. But you don't have to run. You can come and just enjoy the day. And do come up to Yorkshire, even if you only take part in my cheesy 80s aerobics warm-up, when I get to revisit my previous career as a fitness instructor. Leg warmers and leotards are very welcome, boys. We've also got the beautiful Jo Cox Community Wood in Spen Valley. We've got the Jo Cox Way bike ride, which sees cyclists travel 280 miles from Yorkshire to London every summer. The Jo Cox Sixth Form Centre at Hetman Dwight Grammar School, the school where Jo and I attended and where Mum and Dad met and fell in love. The Place de Jo Cox in Brussels and the Rue de Jo Cox in Avalon in France. Jo's legacy spreads far and wide. So much has been done over the last 10 years to remember her and to ensure that her name and her values are never forgotten. But there is undoubtedly, as Jo herself would say, always more to do. And I believe we can and we must all play our part. We must rebuild respectful dialogue. We need to rediscover the ability to disagree without hatred. Democracy depends on argument, but it also depends on mutual respect. Someone who votes differently from us is not automatically ignorant or wrong or evil or beyond redemption. We must resist the temptation to caricature entire groups of people. We must challenge toxic rhetoric wherever it appears.
Would my honourable friend give
I
way?
would happily give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way and for her amazing speech today. I also have sisters, and I can't imagine standing here and doing what she's done today. So thank you for your bravery. I never met Jo, but her legacy absolutely lives on through the member for Spen Valley. So some of our opponents would have it that Britain is broken, that we are at war, and that people don't care for one another anymore. And I think what the member for Spen Valley is showing is that there is a huge swathe of people across the United Kingdom, in Wales, where I'm from, and in Monmouthshire, my seat, that do care for one another, that constantly look out for one another and constantly support people and don't want the worst for our country. So would she agree with me that this thing about coming together and community is alive and well in our community, and we must all celebrate it?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention, and I could not agree with her more. No one's pretending we don't have challenges. No one's pretending there aren't difficult issues to tackle. But actually, that is not the story of our country. The story of our country is all those amazing people we are here elected to serve, doing brilliant things in our communities across the whole country. And that makes it even more important that we challenge the toxic rhetoric wherever it appears. And that responsibility belongs to everyone. Politicians, journalists, broadcasters, online influencers and ordinary citizens alike. We cannot stay silent when language becomes dehumanising or inflammatory. Freedom of speech is vital, but freedom of speech also comes with moral responsibility. We've also got to invest in our communities. Polarisation grows when people become isolated from one another. Strong communities create empathy because they bring different people together. Local organisations, youth groups, charities, libraries, sports clubs, faith groups and community centres, and we all have them in our constituencies. They all play a vital role in strengthening our social bonds. When people know each other personally, hatred becomes much harder to sustain. We must also teach critical thinking, political education and media literacy. Really, really crucial parts of our education. We live in an age of misinformation, manipulated outrage and online echo chambers. Young people especially need the tools to navigate a world where anger spreads faster than truth. Helen.
On that note, first of all, I never met the Honourable Lady's sister, but I remember absolutely when she was taken from us. And she is somebody that I admired and still admired hugely. And I think the fact that there are so many new members of Parliament in here this afternoon actually tells you a story that her memory is still alive and well, and we still hold her dear. To go back to your point about the children needing more education, the late Sir David Amos was very keen that we set up something called the Children's Parliament. And I'm very privileged to have been asked to be the chair of the APPG. And so I think there again, Joe's memory goes on, and hopefully it won't be just for my rather elderly generation, it will be for children, generation and generation afterwards. And will you agree that that is a commendable aspiration?
I wholeheartedly agree, and I thank my honourable friend for her intervention, and also for calling me a young lady. Having just turned 50, I'll take that. But she's absolutely right. You know, we need to do so much to support our young people who are growing up in a world with so many challenges that most of us in this place just didn't face. And we've got to encourage curiosity. We've got to encourage evidence-based discussion and thoughtful engagement rather than knee-jerk reactions to things. And we've got to remember that politics should serve people, not consume them. Politics matters enormously because it shapes lives, but when political identity becomes the sole measure of a person's worth, society becomes tribal and unstable. And finally, we must choose empathy. Empathy is not weakness. Compassion is not naivety. Understanding another person's fears does not mean abandoning our principles. Joe understood this. Of course, I'll give way.
I'm really grateful to my honourable friend giving way. I did not know Joe, but I do remember acutely the day when Joe was murdered. And I was working as a doctor across the river in Guy's Hospital, and I remember being unable to sleep that night. And I remember on the television, my honourable friends, the members of Ilford North and Birmingham Yardley, standing on the television cameras, mourning their friend. I do, however, subsequently had the pleasure of knowing my honourable friend and getting to know her. And she's a credit to her sister, she's a credit to this place, and she's a credit to the way she has taken forward the assisted dying debate on which we have differing views. Will she agree with me that the space that she talks about, the toxicity she talks about, is a social media landscape now, much more than it was even 10 years ago. And we have a responsibility to not leave the next generation alone as they navigate that space. And we must be compelled as a government to regulate that space and to protect young children's impressionable minds in that space. And lastly, can I, as a teetotal doctor, just encourage everyone who is not bound by religious obligation to go and partake in Joe's beer, even perhaps the member who's absent today for Gorton and Denton.
I thank my honourable friend for his most marvellous intervention, and I thank him for wearing a beautiful coloured tie as well, which perfectly coordinates with the Joe Cox Foundation logo. But no, he's absolutely right, and he's such a valuable addition to this place, and I thank him for his friendship. She would have loved you. So you know, this thing about empathy and compassion, it's just so important that we keep that at the heart of our politics. And Jo understood that better than most. She believed deeply in human dignity. She believed that people from different backgrounds could live together peacefully. She believed that Britain was strongest when it was open-hearted rather than fearful. That belief cost her life, but it must not die with her. If there is one lesson we should take from her legacy, it's this. Hatred grows when good people become indifferent to division. The answer to polarisation cannot be more polarisation. The answer to fear cannot be more fear. The answer must be courage. The courage to listen, the courage to speak responsibly, the courage to reject extremism in all its forms, the courage to defend democratic values even when emotions run high, and most importantly, the courage to remember that we belong to one another. In remembering Jo today, let us not simply mourn what was lost. Let us ask ourselves what kind of country we want to become. Do we want a society defined by outrage and suspicion, or one defined by compassion and solidarity? Do we want future generations to inherit division, or do we want them to inherit hope? That choice is ours. And perhaps the greatest tribute we can offer Jo is not merely to repeat her words, but to live by them, and to show in all our actions and behaviours that we really are far more united and have far more in common than that which divides us.
I'll now call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Susan Murray.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And my goodness, how do you follow that? Thank you so much to the member for Batley and Spen, our honourable friend, for that wonderful tribute to her sister. I'm grateful to speak in this debate and to have the opportunity to honour the work and legacy of Jo Cox. Jo served in the House before my time began here, but I wanted to speak in the debate because of the way she approached politics, always understanding that we have more in common than divides us. In preparing for the debate, I looked at not just how she's remembered, but at the work that she actually did. What stands out is a woman who did politics that was practical, human, and rooted in the lives of people who too often went unheard. In her work on Syria, when she pressed this House to look clearly at the reality of facing civilians and to recognise that sympathy was not enough, she said, "It's now time for us to listen and to act." That, for me, is the heart of Jo's legacy. Not just compassion, but compassion turned into action. And this is the message we need to reflect on today. Too often we see how easy it is to create anger or mistrust, to develop rhetoric to tear things down. We see this today in those stoking racial hatred and religious division. It's much harder to make real positive change, but that's exactly what Jo did. The Jo Cox Foundation has carried the work on, and the Great Get Together is a fantastic example of that. It's not complicated. It doesn't ask people to agree on everything. It simply asks people to come together, to share food, to talk, to meet neighbours, and to remember that community works in all its diversity. We see that in our own constituencies too. And here I have to invite you to Sked's Garden on the 21st of June, where we're having a massive barefoot ceilidh, which everyone is invited to, as a free event. In Mid-Dumbartonshire, I see other groups like the Men's Shed, Apnagar, The Hive, Grace, Gavin's Mill, from heritage groups to community development trusts, offering people a safe and welcoming place to rebuild lives, reduce social isolation, and promote well-being at home and internationally. My own life took an unexpected turn when I became a full-time carer, and I experienced how important the support of community is. Jo understood that loneliness, it was not a side issue. It's something that can quietly shrink a person's life. It affects old people, younger people, carers, bereaved families, and many people who would never say out loud that they're lonely. Her work helped Parliament to take that seriously, and we should keep taking it seriously. We all have lessons to learn from Jo's example. We can disagree strongly, and at times maybe we should, but we cannot treat each other as enemies because of our differing views. We must look for common ground to build solutions on. The best tribute we can pay is not just to remember her, but to continue the work that she left for us. To encourage more women to choose to enter politics, to choose to listen, act and build community, and choose to make our politics a little braver and a little kinder. Thank you.
I call Jess Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't have any notes written down, really, because when I tried to write things down this morning, I just kept crying. And so I shall try and get through this regardless. There will be many brilliant things that will be said about Jo today, and the member for Spen Valley has given us much insight. And I suppose I want to start my remarks to where she ended hers, in that you have to live the values of the words, not just say them. And when I was reflecting this morning about my friendship with Jo, I saw that, like Jo was a doer, she was always trying to come up with a scheme of some kind or another, some of them ridiculous, I have to say. I texted the Minister on the front bench this morning. I said, we do have to remember that sometimes she was quite mental. That what I was able to reflect on was that she made me into one of her projects. When I arrived here, I did not know many people. Like, you know, I'm not the popular girl that I am now. I did not live in London. My family were at home in Birmingham, and I had been in Parliament one time before working in this building, and she made it so that I had somewhere always to go. She sought me out. She made friends with me. She took me to eat dinner with her family because I couldn't go home to my family. She invited me to events, tried to make connections for other people. There's been a lot of talk recently about the boys' club in politics, and we've seen a little bit behind some curtains. And what she definitely was trying to do was make a girls' club. And she would try and make sure that you were introduced to the right people in things that you were interested in, that she'd heard you talking about. If she had a connection, she wanted you to have it. But the greatest connection that Jo gave me was to invite me into her family. And to this day, the place where I go when I am sad or things are difficult or just because I fancy a drink and a celebration is I go to the moorings where Jo lived. And when I resigned the other day and I was all at is, the place I went was to sit with Coolin and Layla and eat a takeaway and do Coolin's GCSE homework with him, where I shouted Oxbow Lakes at him repeatedly, which apparently he told me yesterday wasn't all that helpful. But the legacy of Jo Cox in my life is that she gave me a family. She gave me a family to be part of when I was away from my family. And there isn't a time when things have been hard. I recently lost my sister-in-law, and the people who were there for me to make sure that I could help raise my nephews without their mom were Brendan, Coolin and Layla. They are the most important legacy that Jo has. And I am eternally grateful that in the moments when we first arrived here together, she tried to make sure that we had connections, that nobody would be lonely, that somewhere would always be available for you to have a cup of tea or a curry and do geography homework. And it is mundane, it's the small mundanity of kindness. And the way that her family have kept Jo alive in Coolin and Layla's minds is so phenomenal, that when they talk about her, and Layla yesterday making a speech in number 10 said, my mum was a brilliant mum, she was a brilliant member of parliament, and she was a brilliant friend. And I know, because she told me, that her mum felt like she wasn't good enough at any of them. Yeah. But the way that Layla remembers it, the way that she has grown up remembering her mother is actually far more accurate than her mother had of herself. Far, far more accurate. Layla came out with me once to door knock they came down to, and it was really like, trying to encourage young women to get involved in politics. So Layla came out with me door knocking one time in an election. And I remember her sat in the back of my car as we're driving to the meeting point to start this door knock. I think it was the West Midlands Mayor. I'm sure she was deeply involved in wanting to do that. But I remember her saying, a memory that must have been given to her. She said, when my mum was standing for her election, because we don't have the right accent, we had to be taught to say, vote for Jo. Just total delight in this little girl faking a Yorkshire accent whilst in the West Midlands. So I think that what Jo gave me in life was friendship and family that has endured to this day. And what she gave me in politics, which I think actually is quite rare still, is that you have to be courageous. Yeah. You have to be brave. You sometimes have to stick your neck quite a long way out. And I often think in times, certainly around Gaza, I constantly just kept wishing, and I still sometimes send her text messages as if she's alive, wish she was here to talk us through those things in this house, because I think, what would Jo do now? What would Jo say in this circumstance? And I can think of no better person who could be here right now in the politics that we face today than Jo. And for the member for Spen Valley, who in this circumstance, it's really hard for me not just to say her name, is in her remarks and what she put to us in this house today. It's not just a nice speech to hear. Yep. That is the embodiment of living like Jo and loving like Jo. We cannot, and it doesn't matter which political persuasion or flavour you do this from, the idea that everybody in here is some sort of over there baddie, that is the easiest political line. You basically, if the line that you have to tout to get likes, clicks and popularity is that there is some sort of shadowy institution in here of people who'll never understand the world, and that's why we're the better alternative. Or if you're out there saying the only reason things are bad in our country is because of X, Y over there. It used to be when I was a kid, it was single mums. Now it's immigrants. Like, it's basically the politics of stupidity. Any fool can behave like that. Yeah. There's no value in it whatsoever. And that is the politics, and we didn't allow it to creep in at the time because we didn't want Jo's death to be politicised. We wanted her life to be politicised, her legacy to be politicised. We didn't want to say and stare down what it was actually about at the time, because we wanted to forge her legacy. And that was the right thing to do. And every single day in this place and outside, there are people doing the exact opposite of that, using people's deaths in order to sell their political narrative. They should be ashamed of themselves. If anything you say and do does not drive forward a good outcome for our country, do not do it. Do not say it. She would be, like her sister is, a beacon in this regard. And I beg of everybody to be much more like the actual people in our country who, as my honourable friend says, are good. If we all lived more like Joe and we looked for somebody who needed connections that we might be able to give to them, who maybe needed a cup of tea and needed a place to call home away from home, there wouldn't be any of the division that there is today. I didn't meet Jo Cox on social media. I met her round a table with a cup of tea. I asked people to put these down in both politics and how we deal with our communities, pick up a cup of tea and live and love like Jo did.
Sian Berry. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to follow the wise words of the Honourable Member for Spen Valley and the Honourable Member for Birmingham Yardley, I think, who have really done a great job of embodying the various aspects of Jo that we are here to talk about today. I join all the other members in paying tribute to Jo's sister today. She is a great parliamentarian. She is admired across the House for the way she works so diligently and courageously on so many issues, many of which I have in common with her. And I am grateful that I've learned today that we also share a legacy of dancing around to Wham with our sisters. I will also be definitely trying the Great Get Together beer, but only after I've voted. I'm so appreciative of every single one of Jo's friends who are speaking today and who will speak, who shared their parliamentary careers with her. I feel so sad towards you all and so warmly, and the fortitude and work that you've all done in securing her legacy is absolutely huge. Now, in June 2016, I was not an MP, but I was a London Assembly member working at the old City Hall by Tower Bridge. And I remember how I heard about Jo's murder, of course, like everybody. But I remember particularly seeing Jo and her young family speeding across the Thames in what I called later their plucky Remain boat. I have a lovely photograph, I didn't know was her until days later, of her and the family with an in flag going about, whizzing about on the Thames as part of Bob Geldof's rival flotilla in the final days of the referendum campaign. And that day I clearly remember feeling so delighted to have seen this example of good-spirited, memorable campaigning just outside my workplace. Obviously all that changed, and politics is supposed to be a way of resolving our differences creatively through communication, not through violence. And so losing Jo was an absolutely harrowing sign that this kind of consensus that many people were trying to keep going had at that time been somewhat shattered. We could have and can do so much better in the UK, in politics and in the media and online and in our communities, and by investing in what I would call the real resilience, the real antidote to hate, of keeping communities valued and well invested in. I think Jo's legacy, the most shining part of Jo's legacy, is undoubtedly the foundation that works towards that goal, that embodies her spirit and her work, as well as the incredible work carried out by the More in Common network to build up communities and to call for connection over division. 10 years on from losing her, Jo's More in Common message feels more vital and urgent than I can even say. The awful scenes we've witnessed this week, which other members have mentioned, alone serve as a brutal reminder of how quickly anger can evolve into violence when people are turned against one another in our communities. So finally, I wanted to talk about how the question of how the anger that killed Jo was seeded and how it grew is one that my predecessor, Caroline Lucas, thought a lot about. It led her to travel around the country in the months following the EU referendum to talk with people whose political views differed vastly to her own. Through that experience, she proved that Jo's now infamous words from her maiden speech in this place were absolutely correct. Of those conversations, Caroline has said, more often it was refreshing and reassuring because there was so much more that we agreed on than held us apart. Many people were angry, of course they were, but if you took the time to go and pay them the courtesy of listening, then common ground could emerge. As MPs, we do not, and certainly cannot, agree on everything, but we must always strive to seek. I will give one.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. I worked with her predecessor in that time, and if I may, through her, so my very best wishes and thanks to her, and thanks for her for reading those words into the debate. It was a difficult time, and her predecessor played a full part in it.
Yeah. Many thanks to the Minister for that, and I will certainly be passing that on. As MPs, I will say we do not always agree on everything. This is part of our job to disagree, but it is our job to disagree well, with standards, with compassion and with ethics. We must always seek to find common ground where we can, and when we disagree, to do so with patience and respect, as Jo always did.
West Streeting.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a privilege to follow the member for Brighton Pavilion and to pick up on that last point, which I think is a challenge to all of us, because there's always a danger, especially when you're a politician and you aspire to a better type of politics, a better type of discourse. People go through your old media interviews, increasingly your social media timelines, and they say, well, what about that time? And this is the point, and it was true of Jo as well. None of us are perfect. We all aspire to be better, but the point is, you've got to work at it. And if it was the case that everyone behaved brilliantly all the time and were always the best versions of themselves, then we wouldn't have the challenges of division. And if it were the case that you can't change hearts and minds, and that people who are racist or prejudiced in another way, or brutal in the way they go about their lives, couldn't be better, then why do we bother with anti-racism campaigns? Why do we fight for equality? Why do we do offender rehabilitation? It's because we know that people aren't born perfect, but nor are they born bad. And the whole point of life is to try and aspire to be a better person and to leave something better behind us. And my goodness, did our friend Jo do that. I can well understand why the Right Honourable Member for Sutton Coldfield can scarcely believe a decade has passed since Jo's murder, because when he looks in the mirror every day, the same image is staring back at him. He hasn't aged a day. I wish the same could be said for the rest of us. And already in the short time this debate has been taking place, it is really nice when people get to their feet and open by saying, I didn't know Jo. Because you didn't need to know Jo. She always let you in. If you hadn't met her before, if you didn't connect with her in some way, or if you didn't have mutual friends, the door was open, she would let you in. And in the short time we're in this place together, I realise how lucky we were to have become friends. And one of my abiding memories of Jo is in members' lobby around votes, because she was never standing still. She was always running around and ducking and diving and bobbing and wheeling and trying to sort some deal out, trying to get some motion signed, some cause over the line. She was a real troublemaker in the best possible way. And I must say, It's hard following the member for Spen Valley and my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Yardley, but they have given me courage today. Because 10 years ago, in the wake of Jo's murder, I was asked to say a few words in this House on behalf of all of us who were elected alongside her in the 2015 intake of Labour MPs. And I couldn't do it. I didn't think I'd be able to hold it together, and I feared I wouldn't find the words to do justice to what a truly wonderful and powerful woman she was, or to just how much she was loved and is loved by all of us who had the privilege to know her. My God, do we miss her? And her wisdom, experience and insight is so desperately needed now in our national life. And there is always a danger that when words are repeated often, they lose meaning or become cliche. And it's with that risk in mind that I want to dwell on those words now so well known from Jo's maiden speech, where she said, and I quote, "While we celebrate our diversity, what surprises me time and time again as I travel around the constituency is that we are far more united and have far more in common with each other than things that divide us." I feel exactly the same about my community, my home in Redbridge, as Jo did about her community in Kirklees. But Jo's words were never intended to be sentimental. They were meant to be challenging. More in common doesn't mean pretending that our differences don't exist. Jo knew they did. She represented a constituency of proud Yorkshire towns and villages with different histories, different faiths, different traditions and different politics. More in common doesn't mean a politics without argument. Jo argued. Yes, she was able to work across party lines, but she was tribally Labour. She knew that change doesn't happen because people wish for it or just because it's the right thing to do. It comes because people organise, campaign, persuade, demand and refuse to give up. More in common certainly doesn't mean a politics without courage. More in common demands it, and Jo had courage in abundance. Courage to stand up for refugees fleeing war, courage to demand action to protect civilians in Syria, courage for women and girls facing violence wherever in the world they face that violence, courage for the people of Batley and Spen, whose dignity and decency she reflected to the whole country. To be courageous requires strength. Jo was strong, but there is a difference, especially in politics, between being strong and being brutal. Jo showed us that courage and kindness are not in competition. They are two qualities that obviously run in the family. We are so blessed that Gordon and Jean gave our country two daughters to serve Batley and Spen and now Spen Valley. And my honourable friend for Spen Valley gives true meaning to those words, honourable and friend. In fact, it's a regular complaint of my mum's, by the way, that we use this language, because as far as she's concerned, there aren't many honourable people in here. She doesn't think I should be friends with them, but that's a consequence of social media. My honourable friend for Spen Valley has warned that our country faces increasing polarisation. Her family, including Brendan and Jo's two wonderful children, know better than anyone where extremism can lead. And my honourable friend is absolutely right. We face a choice about what kind of country we want to be. The Britain that I love and the England that I love is open, confident, generous and kind. Serious, but with a great sense of humour. A country that loves an underdog as much as being the top dog. A small island that has led the world in every industrial revolution and whose language and literature, songs and science are enjoyed throughout the world. That is the Britain that we have to fight for and stand up for. I think it is actually the Britain of the majority of people in this country. And we mustn't let others grab the microphone or indeed the social media feeds to paint a picture to each other or to the rest of the world that doesn't reflect the true nature of what it means to be this united, Kingdom. In the week that Jo died, she brought together a whole group of us down in Wapping, where she lived. And we had the most wonderful party together. There was a lot of laughing, a lot of talking, a lot of drinking.
Yeah.
Awards were given. and at one day we should publish the list of the winners and ask where are they now. And that was the last time I saw Jo. And it brings me to the point I want to end on about the political culture that we need to live by. We all came together as a tribe on that boat. And what was remarkable about the 2015 intake of Labour MPs is that we span the full spectrum of our wonderful, sometimes slightly dysfunctional Labour tribe. And in those moments of laughter, at a difficult time for our national politics, but also at a difficult time for our Labour politics, we were reminded in those moments of joy and laughter how much we have in common. When Jo stood on those benches over there and she looked at the other side of the house, she didn't see enemies.
No.
She saw political opponents. She also saw opportunities, because her politics was about seeking converts, not traitors, to try and reach across the aisle where possible to get things done and change things in a progressive and positive way. That's the kind of politics that we can provide when we collectively are at our best. And the tragedy is, in this information and attention economy, where it is the sensational that grabs attention, the most outrageous, the most divisive language or words that grab attention, the tragedy is that so much of what goes on in this place, the all-party parliamentary groups, the camaraderie behind the scenes, the way in which when you're going through tragedy in your own life, as I found when I was going through cancer, the kindness of this place is overwhelming. The country doesn't get to see inside that commons that we get to see every day. And we need to show more of that to the country, because they need to see in us what so often people see in each other. That is what makes this country a wonderful country to live in. I still believe that this country's best days are ahead, not behind. I think we've got a proud history, but then ultimately there's no hope and nostalgia. The purpose of our politics to be here is to be a better path to a brighter future where opportunity and security are shared by all. And we will build that future if we live like Jo, if we love like Jo, and we remember that we have far more in common than the things that divide us.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I did not know Jo Fox, and Jo Fox did not know me. But what I do know is that Jo Cox was my friend. This is a legacy we must not just honour with words, we must live in practice. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an opportunity to remind the country that of Jo's passion, drive, her reason for being, but for why she was in this place and why she is so deeply, deeply missed. I am privileged to speak in this debate, and I thank my honourable friend, the member for Spen Valley, my predecessor, my constituency neighbour, and a wonderful continuation of Jo's work and legacy. I salute you, my friend. I was elected in 2024, so did not have the honour to work with Jo. But, and I'm not saying this to cause any offence to any member in this House, but I feel I know Jo Cox better than I do many of the members in this House today. And that's not for the want of trying. I absolutely adored the description by my honourable friend, the member for Birmingham Yardley, of Joe being quite mental. I would qualify that, not to change what she said, but she was quite good mental. There's mental and then there's mental, and she was of the good kind. But I am, having been elected as a member for Dewsbury and Batley, extremely privileged to speak in this debate, because Joe was born in Dewsbury and represented Batley and Spen, the two towns that I represent as Member of Parliament, making it a real special honour for me to be able to speak today. The values that she embodied and championed, those of tolerance, fairness and kindness, still echo powerfully across our communities. Much has rightly been made of Jo's maiden speech, where she spoke powerfully and eloquently about how we are far more united and have far more in common than that which divides us. It is an apt mission statement or a motto for this place. However, I do want to go back, having gone through Hansard, and think about what Jo says immediately before those remarks, which are now internationally recognised. She is because the remarks she said just before are just as important, even if less commented upon. She talked about how, and I quote, Batley and Spen is a gathering of typically independent, no-nonsense and proud Yorkshire towns and villages. Our communities have been deeply enhanced by immigration, be it of Irish Catholics across the constituency or Muslims from Gujarat in India or from Pakistan or Kashmir. As we look at the unsavoury scenes that have unfolded across the UK, from Belfast to Southampton in the past week, Jo's belief in the strength of diversity and in the power of connection has never been more important. Listening, respecting differences, and building bridges where others might be tempted to build walls matters today more than ever. And it matters in this place. Because as we reflect on Jo's legacy, we must be honest about the marked deterioration in the state of our public life since her heinous murder. Civility, the basic respect that underpins democratic disagreement, has been under unprecedented strain and attack in the past decade. We see it in the abuse increasingly directed at elected representatives. We see it in the growing normalisation of unsavoury discourse. And we see it, perhaps most pervasively and drastically, in the digital spaces that increasingly shape our national conversation. Jo understood that vehement disagreement is fundamental to any functioning democracy, but she also understood that democracy cannot function without a basic sense of humanity and a willingness to listen to the views of others in good faith. And that is why we must confront one of the defining challenges of our time, the role of big tech and social media in poisoning our social fabric. Just referring back to some of the comments that we've heard. So confronting the wider ecosystem of public commentary from prominent political figures, media personalities and online influencers, where reckless or inflammatory language can help create the conditions for real world harm. The In the run-up to the periods of unrest in communities across our country, we have too often seen divisive narratives, misinformation, and the amplification of fear and grievance. Social media platforms have allowed such content to spread rapidly and without sufficient accountability. And why would they? Because every click, every like, every forward earns them more pounds, more dollars, and more money for their shareholders. The result is in an environment where tensions can be heightened, trust eroded, and in the worst cases, communities pitted against one another. Yesterday we heard about the violence and the riots in Belfast, where masked people, men predominantly, went around streets shouting foreigners out and going into people's homes and evicting them and setting homes on fire. This cannot be accepted, tolerated, or encouraged. So if we are to honour Joe's legacy, we must be clear that freedom of expression carries responsibility, and that those with large platforms, whether in politics, media or tech, must be held accountable for the impact of their words. Too often we've allowed these platforms to become amplifiers of anger, division and dehumanisation without any restrictions. A far cry from the open, respectful dialogue that democracy depends on. The Joe Cox Foundation has rightly called for more actions to reduce online harms. But we in this House must be crystal clear. Regulation has not gone anywhere near far enough or fast enough. Algorithmic systems reward outrage over empathy. They monetize violence and incitement to violence. Abuse and disinformation spreads faster than compliments and the truth. And anonymity acts as a shield for those who seek to bully and threaten. And these companies must be brought to heel, both for the health of our younger generations and for the health of our democracy and the health of our society. There is also a deeper, more insidious link between the toxic nature of online spaces and the growing crises of loneliness in our society that Joe was such a prescient observer of. The Joe Cox Commission on Loneliness put this issue firmly on the national agenda, and its relevance has only grown since. There are now 500,000 more people experiencing chronic loneliness than before the pandemic, with young people among the most likely to feel isolated. The evidence is clear. Loneliness weakens social cohesion, reduces trust, and leaves individuals more vulnerable to political polarization and extremism. So when people feel disconnected from each other, our democracy itself becomes more fragile. Joe instinctively understood that connection more than most other parliamentarians. That is why her legacy is not just about remembrance, but about the responsibility we have in this House and the other place going forward. Responsibility to rebuild civility in our politics and to calm tensions, not inflame them, both in this House and in our wider nation. Responsibility to strengthen the social fabric of our communities, not undermine them by pitting different groups against each other. And responsibility to ensure that technologies shaping our lives serve humanity, not damage it. That means taking seriously the call for a renewed cross-government strategy on loneliness, one that recognises social connection as fundamental to physical health, mental well-being and social cohesion. But it also means going further. It means holding big tech to account for the environments they create. It means embedding safeguards against online abuse and disinformation. and it means investing in digital literacy so that the people of all ages can navigate these spaces safely and critically. Above all, it means leading by example, because every one of us in this House has a role to play in setting the tone of public debate. I promised in my maiden speech to this House and to our nation that I would not deliberately say or do anything to harm any other person. And I try and live by that principle, and I apologise to members of this House and to members of our nation if in the 23 months that I've been an MP I have failed in that promise. But I will try to do better. Because we cannot call for civility while engaging in division. We cannot demand respect while tolerating abuse. And if we are to honour Jo's memory, we must embody her values, not just invoke them. That starts with recognising, as she did, that our shared humanity is greater than our differences. And it continues with the choices we make in how we speak, how we listen, and how we treat one another. So I end by echoing the words of the Right Honourable friend that went before me. We must love like Jo, live like Jo, care like Jo, and serve like Jo. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Caroline Harris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I start by saying what an honour it is to be here in the Chamber alongside 2015 friends and obviously the member for Batley and Spen to share my memories of Jo and to talk about her legacy in a world that quite honestly could do with a lot more Joes in it right now. Yeah. On the 7th of May 2015, I was one of 177 new MPs elected for the first time. 50 of us were Labour MPs, and 11 years later, 36 out of that 50 remain. But I have no doubt that if it weren't for the tragic and senseless act that took place that day, there would be 37 now. Jo was a fellow newbie back in 2015, a respected colleague and someone that I was proud to call a friend. She stood for everything that is right, and she was never afraid to share her beliefs or call out injustice. And my final and lasting memory of Jo is just 2 days before when we went to her. She invited us at the 2015 intake to her houseboat to celebrate our first year in this place. And I don't understand why, but I'm almost certain I won the prize for the best accessories and earrings. Never quite understood why that was. But what I do remember is that we were greeted by a beautifully decorated chalkboard that the children had written, welcoming us to, and I'm getting choked thinking about that, welcoming us to their home. None of us could have known that in less than 48 hours she would be gone. The memories of that evening are so precious and remind me of what an exceptional woman she was. Opening up her home despite already juggling her responsibilities in Westminster and in Batley and Spen, but being a devoted wife, daughter, sister, and most importantly, a mother to 2 wonderful children. She was remarkable, passionate about everything she stood for, and determined to make our country a better place for everyone who called it home. It feels inconceivable that 10 years have already passed since we lost Jo, and returning to Parliament just days after her death and sitting on the benches opposite, listening to the shock and horror felt across this House is something I will never ever forget. Voices from every party spoke of how Jo was the very best of us, how her values were shared by us all, and how important it was that we all lived by her words. Jo truly believed what she said in her iconic maiden speech, that our diverse communities right across the country, we have far more in common than the things that divide us. It's a message that perhaps needed to be told more today than even from 10 years ago. And much of my work in this place over the last 10 years have been things I know Jo would have been really interested in.
the ongoing campaign to encourage more women to stand for office and achieve a 50-50 parliament. Standing up against abuse in public office, particularly of female MPs. Our campaign to improve menopause support services and healthcare in the workplace and in society. And I wish she'd had the opportunity to fight these causes with us, because her voice would have been one well worth listening to. And Jo always spoke with real conviction about the things that mattered most, and she cared immensely about those who felt targeted or isolated or alone. She celebrated diversity. She believed in the value of community, and she used her platform to be a voice for those who felt marginalised and silenced. Jo's legacy has written itself. Indeed, the very words she herself spoke in this chamber and beyond are just that. Hate and division should not be tolerated. Nobody should feel uncomfortable knowing that others are experiencing loneliness. If Jo's one voice on its own could get that message across so clearly, imagine the impact if we all used our voices together to spread those words of love and hope. In Jo's memory, I certainly will.
I forgot to mention a point. So, does she agree with me that Jo lived her life, she was the change she wanted to see, and that is a real example for all of us in this house and across our nation to follow in her example and footsteps, to be the positive change we want to see? Would you agree with me?
I certainly do, and Jo's vision is something I've tried desperately all my political career to live up to. In Jo's memory, 10 years on from her tragic death and ultimately death, I urge colleagues from all parties, even those who are not with us today, to remember what she stood for, to amplify her message, and to encourage others to celebrate the wonderful diversity of our country.
Jim McMahon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow my honourable friend in her reflections, and also, and it is the nature of this place, when the moment calls on us to rise to the moment, I do think that the House does, and I think that's been reflected across the chamber today. And we often say, today, randomly, be more like Jo. It's like it's just become part of our common exchange. I just want to say, though, particularly to the members for Spen, I would like to be a bit more like Kim. I think that the way you were the steward of a very testing private members bill on a matter that was so profound, that made all of us think about those final moments when our time comes to an end. The way you created a safe political space for people with all views on such a sensitive issue to be reflected, I think, means that you don't just say these words, you embody them. And I really appreciate that. So thank you for that. I think the reason why Jo's words really matter to us is because they challenge us to be better. You know, all of us come into politics because we have a desire to want to change the bit of the world that we care about, our community, our town, our borough, our city, the bit that we feel connected to, that we know can be so much better, but we often feel is held back from realising its potential. And so we come here to try and make a difference. But it's a fairly odd place, let's be honest, with its quirk and its customs. And I think at times we don't always give credit to ourselves about the amount of work that does go on across party, where we do pull together, we do work together, because that common interest, where members from all sides really care, I would say love, the place that they represent, is the thing that drives most of us in politics. And maybe if we displayed that a bit more, we would go on to build trust a bit quicker in politics and the ability of politics to make a change. So when I reflect on Jo's words, that we are far more united, that we have more in common than that divides us, it's not just an anchor, it has to be a challenge to all of us. And sometimes those can be quite small acts of kindness. They don't always have to be the big gestures. Saying hello to to somebody walking down the corridor. If somebody sat in the tea room on a table by themselves, pull up a chair and join them. Or if members are feeling under pressure in their own constituency, and we all do it, and we all kind of try to kind of get through it ourselves and, you know, kind of keep our own house in order. But just reaching out and saying, do you know what, I saw what was going on in your town, your city, and I was thinking about you, goes a long way just to knowing that we're not isolated. Because actually many of us, when we come down here, are away from our support networks. Our family who love us aren't there when we go back to our accommodation at night. And so the people that we rely on are generally the people in this place. And I think sometimes that bit of decency means far more. And I know that when I eventually move on to a different place, I'll reflect on my time in Parliament, and of course I'll think about, hopefully, you know, the big things that I was able to achieve with the kind of special privilege of being an MP. But I honestly reflect back on those small moments of kindness that make me realise why I was in politics to begin with. So I think we can all do that a bit more in what we do. There was a lot from Joe's election. Actually, I came into Parliament in a by-election. And a by-election is a very weird thing, and a number of you will know that, where you're kind of caught in a storm of the noise, where hundreds and thousands of people descend on your town. You know, my wishes were the people of Makerfield at this time. And it's all a complete, I would say circus, but I don't quite give it credit really. It's inspiring that so many people rally to get you over the line, but of course you soon realise you were mere a legal necessity, a name required on the ballot paper, and you kind of arrive here amongst your new friends, and you try to wonder where your locker is, how do you get your IT to work, and the rest of it. And Joe was one of a number of people that reached out to me as a by-election candidate and invited me to the party on the houseboat to make me feel included, a part of an intake that I wasn't part of. And that's who she was. She didn't know me any more than anybody else did in this place. I hadn't met her before, but she made an effort to reach out. And I can't say how much that meant to me coming in here. And I see friends in the chamber who did the same, and hopefully you feel that at times I've repaid that too, because I think you know, being a good person in this place goes quite a long way. I also feel as though the reason why More in Common maybe strikes a note today is that because it should endure, and it just feels self-evident, of course we have more in common. You know, whatever troubles that we have in our country, in the place that we call home, our futures are bound together. And if we don't have a shared common endeavour in that, then what else have we got in common, if not the future for ourselves and our families? But in politics, it feels more contested today than it's ever before. And it's not because we have less in common, but it's because a lot of the political debate that goes on is all-consuming about what difference there is and what divides us. Too often our politics encourage us to see what separates us before we see what binds us together. And at times, those who take a different view are not treated as simply having a different perspective, experience, background. They come maybe at an issue from a different way, but they're treated as wrong and somehow lesser. Jo understood that politics involved disagreement. She would never have pretended that there weren't difficult issues to confront, but she also understood that words matter, that those in positions of influence have a responsibility not merely to represent divisions within society, but to lead people through them. Many members in this place, our mayors, our councillors, will all have their own experiences which illustrate just how toxic parts of our political environment have become. Threats are, of course, I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way, and I'm really sorry to not have known Jo, because she seems like someone who I would have got on incredibly well with, and I'm only delighted that I've got to know her sister, a member for Batley and Spen, that we've managed to work cross-party on a number of issues. I know she would have campaigned on similar issues like Vorg, and recently we had some awful protests in Epsom which were hijacked. They were about women's safety, and they were hijacked by the far right. And rather than being peaceful, they were violent and attacked a house that housed vulnerable adults as they were trying to find immigrants. So does my honourable friend agree with me that today more than ever, we must come together? Because as he mentioned, we need to discuss, we need to debate the differences that we have. And if we protest, we must do that peacefully, because we absolutely do have more in common than that divides us.
I think so. I mean, I'll come on to social media and the way that division is amplified and monetised, and the way that bad behaviour is often more rewarded than being a good citizen in that debate. I'll also say, and I'm proud of our country, and I believe that the vast majority of people in this country are decent, hard-working people that want the best for themselves and for their neighbours, whatever their background, race or religion. But we have got to look in the mirror collectively as a country and say what has taken us to the point where an attack that all of us would see is horrific being played out in Belfast over the last couple of days would in any way justify the scenes of a family, women and children, running away from their house that's been left in flames and smoke. And that's where division has got us. How can we find ourselves in a situation where a woman fleeing war in Ukraine and being homed in Belfast finds a house being attacked while the violent protesters are being egged on from Russia? And we have got to reflect that cohesion doesn't happen by accident. People don't come together unless there is leadership that brings us together. But maybe we all need to be a bit more determined at calling out what is in plain sight, and also accept that this has been a characteristic of our politics in Britain since the EU referendum. Something at that moment changed. And online has made it worse, of course it has. The way that those divisions are exploited, the way that extremism now has a platform that it didn't have in the mainstream before is all part of that. But I also reflect too that I'm not convinced that mainstream politics is adequately responding to the scale of the challenge that's in front of us. I don't feel it with regulation, with the online. I mean, at some point, my God, Ofcom might realise they're a regulator, and who knows what they could achieve. You know, but there are questions that we've got to ask about whether the architecture is in place to deal with the scale of the challenge. And if it was a civil emergency, and I would say that this is a national emergency now when you see homes being set on fire and businesses being damaged and people attacked, then we would respond as a nation, as a government, in a, I think, more determined way than I think we have seen. I fear that the power that's being held by a handful of very wealthy, very powerful, very connective individuals that control our social media in the way that the old media was controlled by the wealthy and the powerful for vested interests, is almost placing the government into a position of fear of the response if they do take action. And these things aren't easy, but I can say this, taking no action, or I would say cautious action, is not going to rise to the challenge that's ahead. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have 3 reflections on where we find ourselves. Firstly, I believe that every elected representative has the responsibility not just to challenge views that they disagree with, but to build bridges across political differences and to seek common ground wherever it can be found. We are elected to represent whole communities, not fractions of communities. We should lead by example in the tone that we set, in the respect that we show, and the openness in which we're willing to engage. Now, that's not always easy, particularly when disagreements are deeply felt, but little can be achieved without it. Secondly, I continue, although it's being tested on a fairly regular basis, but I do continue to believe that social media can be a force for good. It offers opportunities to connect people, to learn, to organise, and to bring people together around shared interests and common causes. We all use it, in fact. Don't forget anyone who's not on some social media platform or another for those reasons. So I don't begin looking at social media from a point of cynicism about the technology itself. But we've also got to be honest about its flaws too, because too often the incentives that are built into these platforms reward outrage over understanding, division over dialogue, and conflict over compromise. In many respects, the scale and the pace previous generations could have barely understood, but the government today has to recognise and step up to the scale of that challenge. And thirdly, we have to address the underlying tensions that drive fear, anxiety and anger, where people feel insecure in their jobs, worried about their families' futures, unable to access housing, or disconnected from the opportunities available elsewhere. Those concerns can't simply be dismissed or ignored. We must respond with great urgency to the conditions that people feel, particularly when they say they're unheard and they feel left behind. But But alongside of all this, we have to recognise that social cohesion is not a passive state. It doesn't happen by accident. It requires effort, it requires compromise, it requires a willingness to listen, to understand, and sometimes to disagree without condemning. Rather than, as we currently find, where everything is a culture war, everything is about identity, and in the end, the winner of the argument is those who can shout loudest, not those who can convince. That was the lesson that Jo Cox tried to teach us, and it remains as important today as when she first said it. Now, for some, these concerns might sound abstract, and in a way we talk quite often around the houses about social media regulation and the impact. But I can tell you, from a town like Oldham, where we're now 25 years on from the Oldham riots, we know the cost when communities are torn apart and division is normalised. We know the cost when people live completely separate lives where they don't interact in communities, in the education system, in the housing system, or even in the economy, where the opportunities to meet people from different backgrounds are the exception and not the rule, where people self-select to live a separate life because it's easier and even maybe more secure than make the effort to reach out and to build bridges across different communities. And the problem with that is... Yeah, I'll give way, of course.
My honourable friend for giving way, and just to sort of highlight or reinforce his point, after the murder of Mr Novak, Tommy Robinson said the whole system is set against white people and it must be smashed. In recent days, Musk has posted or reposted messages claiming that British Prime Minister Keir Starmer hates white people and millions must go. Does he agree with me that this is language of incitement to hatred and violence, and wherever possible, wherever our law can reach, the government and the law enforcement agencies must tackle this behaviour with the strongest force of the law?
It's quite clear that extremists are going to capitalise on the anxiety, the fear and the frustration that people feel in the country. And when the everyday problems that people do face, and people are facing very difficult circumstances now, trying to get a house that is affordable and secure, trying to keep down a job that can provide a good standard of living for themselves and their family, feeling safe in the community that they call home and where they're raising the kids. These are real issues that people face, but it's the oldest trick in the book to blame thy neighbour than blame the real cause of the problem. I remember at secondary school, I'm not sure if they still do this, but at secondary school, we did this test, I suppose, where the classroom was divided by the eye colour of the children who were in the class. And so the blue-eyed kids were on one side and the brown-eyed kids were on the other side. So I was on the side obviously with the blue eyes, and we were given a handful of sweets to share amongst ourselves, amongst a much bigger group of kids. And the brown-eyed kids were given a big bowl of sweets that were more than plentiful for everybody there, and they were out enjoying themselves and stuff in the face or whatever. And within seconds, we had stopped looking at where the bigger bowl of sweets went to, and we started squabbling amongst ourselves, so there was a few sweets that were left on the table. And there is something where, and of course the message for that was, if you are left to fight for scarce resource, you fight the person nearest to you trying to fight for the same resource. And actually the lesson there is to look where the resource has been taken before it gets anywhere near the table that you're trying to share. And the reason why I say that is, I observe in a town like Oldham that people from every background are working hard, but there aren't enough sweets to go around the community that give people a good standard of living and make them feel safe in the communities where they live. And I hear it from the white community, I hear it from the Muslim community, I hear it from every background, because we're all part of the same place with the same hopes, fears and concerns about the future. And I do think for the government it provides a real question mark about the economy, about the wealth that we are creating is not being fairly distributed amongst the society and the workers that are creating that wealth, and we are fighting for a scarcer resource, but also frankly from a society that is setting working people against working people still. And the fact that race is a dividing line in one argument, or religion is a dividing line of another argument, or what generation you happen to be British in becomes a dividing line in the other, makes me really fearful, because certainly when it comes to matters of asylum and refugees, my town has got a very strong history of supporting people fleeing persecution. And I've always taken the view of you look at the eyes of a child and you would think to yourself, there but for the grace of God go I. If that was my child, what would I want as a response to rally to protect the child that I love? And what I would expect from my own child, I expect our country to provide for other children fleeing war too. But let's be honest, our asylum and immigration system isn't working for people who are fleeing war and persecution any more than it is for anybody else. And so we have got to get a grip of the system, but it can be a bit too easy in politics to talk the firm without outlining what the fair is. And I think what we need to do is to make sure that there's balance and equity in that debate, because if we don't do it, those divisions will be exploited. But my point about Oldham and our history, literally trying to rebuild a town and its community from the ashes of riots where the town set itself on fire, was I think we can be a bit too complacent in assuming that if these malign forces suddenly go away and we regulate the online world better and we sort out the algorithms, and by the way, we should not be allowing members of parliament to be able to be paid by platforms for the insightful posts that they create. Parliamentarians, of course, should post on social media, and they should post in the public interest. They should not be doing it for a financial kickback they're getting at the end of it. And they certainly shouldn't be using, I don't know if this is the case, but they certainly shouldn't be using parliamentary paid staff to be posting content online that ultimately they then get paid as a fee through the back door on these platforms either. I think we should all be driven by public service and wanting to represent our constituents in there. But the thing that we did learn was every politician in every party had to take responsibility for that move. And I think it's the one thing that I feel that we have lost in some of this debate. The final thing I want to say is to reflect also on David Amos, because we're obviously here reflecting a decade on from Joe passing away. Many of us too were affected by David being killed in his advice surgery too. And I want to leave my final words, not for people in this chamber, we speak about ourselves quite a lot, but to thank the family of members of Parliament for allowing their loved ones to serve in political life when I am sure when they set off on a Monday morning to leave for this place, or they go out on a Thursday or Friday or the weekend in their constituencies, there will be times when they wonder if the person they love will return. And our politics have got to be better than that, but we shouldn't underestimate what families who support MPs offer to.
Dame Nia Griffith.
Indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker, and before I begin I'd like just to pay a huge tribute to my honourable friend from Spen Valley for an absolutely outstanding speech. For me, it's a real privilege to take part in this debate to mark the 10th anniversary since the tragic death of our wonderful former colleague Jo Cox. And those amazing words of hers, more in common, are as important now as ever. Words that she spoke in her first speech in Parliament when she said, "We are far more united and have far more in common than that which divides us." Words that have inspired so many initiatives up and down the country. And I want first of all to pay tribute to the enormous amount of amazing work that Jo Cox did in her life, both before becoming an MP and in her short time as an MP, whether it was work with Oxfam, work helping Syrians, or work in her constituency of Batley and Spen. She did so much in developing countries around the world, particularly to help women. Then there was the outstanding work with the Syrians. And then, in her short time as an MP, she certainly made a major impact in this place. Feisty, forthright, sticking to her principles, holding the government to account, not taking no for an answer, and driven by a determined optimism. She really did believe in people. Such an amazing example to us all. I'd like also to pay tribute to David Amos, the other MP who's been murdered during my time in Parliament, murdered at his surgery. He was a thoroughly decent and courteous man who did so much to help others. Next weekend, the nearest to the 22nd of June, which was Jo Cox's birthday, we shall be commemorating in Llanelli with two events. On Friday the 19th, we will be launching the Llanelli More in Common partnership, a partnership of organisations working to bring people together, celebrate all that we have in common, and help build a stronger community where everyone has a sense of identity and belonging. This is the culmination of a lot of work on the ground, and I would like to thank all those who've been contributing. Too many to name every one, but I would just like to pay a special tribute to Steve Celshaw, who has been the driving force behind it, and I know that he met my honourable friend from Spen Valley in number 10 yesterday, and I thank the organisers of that event too. It's such a privilege for him. But what will matter now is what they do going forward and what difference they can make and how all the partners play their part. I'd also like to extend a special thank you to Jane Hutt, who recently retired from the Welsh Senedd in her role as Cabinet for Special in her role as Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice in the Welsh Labour Government. She was very, very supportive of these initiatives to foster community cohesion in Llanelli, as indeed she has been to many communities up and down Wales in her various ministerial roles. Then in Llanelli, on Saturday the 20th, we shall be commemorating the life of Joe Cox with the great get-together picnic, as we've done in previous years. But of course this year it's so special because it is that 10th anniversary of Joe's tragic murder. The great get-together is inspired by Joe Cox's belief that we have more in common than that which divides us, and I hope that as many people as possible will join us on the green in front of Llanelli Town Hall. And yet again, a big thank you to all those who've organised. Sadly, yet again recently, as many colleagues have referenced, we've seen violent scenes in some towns across the UK, which I utterly condemn. The violence is so destructive and counterproductive to our communities. No one should feel that they're a likely target because of their skin colour, their religion or their accent, and now we have many people living in fear. It must make us all the more determined to bring people together, to absolutely shout down the violence, to speak up for decency and to bring our communities together. I would like also to make a special appeal for people to stop insulting and abusing trans people online. Just let everybody get on with their life. Now I want to turn to another area that Joe championed, tackling loneliness. At its very extreme, we've seen some awful so-called lone wolf mass killings. Individuals who spent long periods on their own in front of a computer screen where powerful algorithms have fed them ever more extreme and violent material. It's so important to continue our work for safety online, implementing the current legislation in full and looking to see what more can be done. But more than that, we must not let people get lonely. It's really important that people come together, that we talk, that we express